What is up, everyone? Welcome to the FAA podcast. It's good to be here. Happy draft night. We are about to get set in Detroit for the draft. Just kind of waiting on the commish to come out here. That crowd looks absolutely insane. That's holy crap. That's a lot of people in Detroit.
Good show out, Detroit. I will give a shout out to a division rival. I love seeing that kind of show from a city like Detroit, a very passionate city.
We have our beverages. We have our beverages ready.
Oh, I'm double bevs, brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I always have to turn my phone upside down during the draft because, those people out there when they tweet it out before the pick happens.
That's why I've turned off notifications on Twitter.
I need notifications though. In between picks, once the pick happens, then I look at my phone to see if we got any trades going down. Because I'm okay with hearing from them on a trade before the TV. So
that's fair.
We got Kuiper, we got Booger.
And we got breaking news. Do you want to talk about it? It involves your Eagles.
Dude, Howie Roseman is GM of the year, executive of the year. Like, he automatically wins. He got Devontae Smith for $25 million a year. And then he has to sign AJ Brown at $32 a year. But to only have to get one of those guys at market value is awesome.
It's incredible.
And the amount, and plus all the other signings they did with Jordan Mailata, getting him way below, not way below, but he's only like the sixth highest paid tackle or whatever it is. So I mean, Howie is off to an awesome offseason so far.
Absolutely. And I mean, it just talks to the culture he's built. I mean, you don't get players signing below market value if you have not created just an absolutely great culture that they want to continue to play for. So hats off to Howie. I mean, 2 Super Bowl appearances, 1 Super Bowl championship, and with the way he's going, he wants more, and he's putting the Eagles in a position to win more.
Yeah, and I mean, Nick Sirianni's hiring a Vic Fangio on the defensive side of the ball, which I absolutely loved. People, the jury's still out on Kellen Moore. Didn't really work out in LA. But I was really Kellen Moore supporter. I really wanted him to be the head coach of the Panthers. But to get him as OC as well, I think Jalen Hurts gonna like him. But yeah, I think the Eagles are remaining one of the contenders in the NFC for sure. They can fix the defense, which hopefully starts tonight. So while we wait for the start of the draft, Jimmy, I don't know if you want to talk about, what we've been hearing all day. It's smoke season.
It's smoke season, man. I mean, I think the first 2 teams are locked in. I don't think Washington or Chicago is moving. There's a lot of smoke between 3 and 5, and even 3 and 6. With the Giants wanting to move up and giving out the impression that they are really interested in J.J. McCarthy. I think that to me really does scream smoke screen, especially with a team like the Vikings at 11. You don't want to lose a chance at getting one of the top, 4 quarterbacks. And if you lose the chance of getting, Williams or Daniels or, May or McCarthy, I mean, are you going to go take Nix or Penix at 11? You could, but I think a lot of fans, including myself, would be pretty disappointed. So I think teams between draft pick 3 and 6 are doing their due diligence. And I mean, this is the pageantry of the draft. This is what you got to do as a smart GM. You got to posture, you got to play chess, you got to act, you got to put on, your dancing shoes, get on that stage and start acting. And it's been fun, but not fun for me because I'm just endlessly stressed and I can't wait for this night to be over.
I'm very intrigued. I have some bets, like I said.
My guy.
I have some bets on the top 5 and top 10 overall. So we'll see if we can make some money tonight or not. Gotta ask why this one play didn't cancel it out. But yeah, I think the top 4 are done. I don't believe the Patriots are moving. I think it really starts with the Chargers at 5 and whether they're going to trade. I hope they don't, because if they take Joe Alt, because he is the longest odds I have on the number 5 pick at 4-1.
Here we go. Oh wait, that's just a commercial.
It's a promo for Raj.
Come on, Raj. You can't tease me like that. I got the suit jacket and everything.
And looks like we're about to get a third to our squad here soon. Okay. So actually, I'm praying on JC Latham at 5.
JC Latham at 5. That's a bold one.
My guy said he will give me he will give it to me if it does hit. Well, so I played that one this morning. I put that one in this morning as because I was shocked by the line at plus 875 to be the first offensive lineman off the board. And the only reason I put it was because both Field Yates and Daniel Jeremiah had him at number 5 to the Chargers, which is understandable. Very understandable. The Chargers need a right tackle, not a left tackle. So if you draft Alt, you'd have to flip him to right. Or why am I blanking on the guy's name? Third left. Rashawn Slater, you'd have to flip Slater to right. So either way, one guy is going to have to go to right tackle if you draft Alt. But if you draft Latham, that's all he's ever played at Alabama. So,
but then you got to do the calculus. You got to think to yourself, okay, who would be best for that position? Right. The guy we currently have, just in a position change, the top offensive lineman with a position change, or JC Latham.
All right, let's get this thing rolling, boys.
All right. To the NFL draft in Detroit. Is that Eminem?
Yes, it is.
Hell yeah.
Sanders himself.
Mr. Slim Shady.
What is up, Alex?
Hello.
What up?
Hey, bud.
I don't know if you got the memo, but we require suit jackets. This is a classy show.
Dang, okay. That's on Rusty. That's on Rusty.
Come on. God, Eminem looks so awkward. Detroit! He's going to swear. I just know it.
Team, make some noise for the Detroit Lions. Let's go!
I thought he was going to, like, perform.
That'd be sick. Oh, they got some line. All right. Aiden Hutchinson. All right. I like this.
Bro, of course Barry's there.
Oh, you got to have Barry.
Barry's the GOAT.
Absolutely.
Barry.
It's going to be really funny.
Dude, Aiden Hutchinson looks fly, bro.
It's going to be really funny when they transition from a like full-on Lions galore to like, all right, division rival Bears are picking.
Before we get off the stage, I need to hear one thing. Jerry God.
Oh, my.
Jerry God.
So I'm taking it they're not drafting a quarterback in the first round. Oh, he jogged up. Oh, my God, it's Ryan Gosling.
Hey, Detroit,
What's Aiden
let's
done?
turn up tonight, baby. Let's get it.
Very.
What's up, Detroit? What's up, football fans? Thank you for showing the world how we do it here in Detroit. Great job, guys.
He's
I
the
love it.
most mild mannered of all of
I
them.
love it. I love it. I love the pageantry. Good job, Detroit. Way to show off your team.
One out go.
Oh, Calvin.
All right, Detroit.
Classic.
Got a boom.
Okay. Detroit, we got fans from 32 teams right down here, and of course, all the Detroit faithful in the back. Welcome to all of you, and most importantly, thank you to Detroit. You guys have been awesome. All right. You ready to get the show on the road? Okay, the 2024 NFL Draft is now underway.
Say the team.
The Chicago
Wait.
Bears are now on the clock.
Yes, the big ass Bears logo on the.
Love it.
All right, so this is going to be the most annoying part of the draft.
Yeah. They're gonna spend at least 7 to 8 minutes.
Okay, I was going to go 6.
I'm gonna go 7:27 is how long they're gonna go.
Wow.
So the final time will be, what is that? 2:33. It's gonna be 2:33 by the time they make that. It says pick is in.
We don't got to show that. We don't got to show that, guys.
We already know.
We don't got to show that. No, I don't care. I still think Bryce is the dude. I don't think the Panthers have any regrets about it. It's only been one season. You don't know yet. So
One season with one of the worst offenses I've ever seen.
right, no weapons. The line was not great. But I do think Dave Canales getting him doing, which what I've heard from Dave Canales is what he did with Baker was like start from the beginning. Like start with the footwork, get his footwork down, and then we're gonna go from there and build. Every step is a building block. On the opposite spectrum, Caleb Williams now is probably going to the best situation a rookie quarterback has had in I don't even know how long. I can't think of anyone else that has gone to a better situation.
I think if you're a QB drafted by the Bears or Vikings, you're in an incredible situation.
Yeah. The only thing, I mean, both teams, I guess, kind of are in the same boat on the defensive side. Need a little bit of work. But, offensively, both teams have plenty of weapons. It'll be interesting to see. Obviously, the Bears have been rumored at 9 to be picking a weapon as well. A second long-term weapon to go with DJ Moore, since we know Keenan's only signed for this year. But yeah, the Vikings got to get JJ signed as well. So, and the price keeps going up, man. Kwesi needs to get it done now because it's at 32 now. It's at 32 with AJ Brown's new deal.
I mean, I'm not too concerned about the JJ deal. I mean, he's going to be the highest paid wide receiver in the league, and he honestly deserves it. I don't see any argument against it. But yeah, I mean, you got to get it done. I mean, it is as simple as that.
Well, I know. I think Alec, I think we had a conversation about this the wide receiver market in Indy. As far as I remember, anyway.
We did. We definitely did.
I think I said that JJ is going to get paid, but I thought JJ was going to be the guy that was 30. I thought that was like way off the chart. And now AJ Brown gets 32. Amon-Ra gets 30. I was like, good Lord.
It's honestly crazy. I've been questioning what the Vikings are doing. Like, seriously, you got to pay this man. You've waited, in my opinion, like way too long, but he's going to get paid.
He's going to get deservingly paid. I don't think it's a question of if. It's just a question of when and how much.
Yep.
I think Justin is just doing his due diligence as a player, and his agent's doing due diligence and representing his player, getting the best deal. And Klesi's doing the best for the team. And from what I hear, there's no like bad blood between either side. It's just business. Both sides understand this is business as usual. This is kind of how it goes. So I'm not overly worried.
Our Dem boy's gonna sign CD before JJ and Jamar. That's because I know. I mean it's gonna be interesting who signs next. It's Jamar and JJ are the top two, and CD. I think I would put CD just below them. I would put CD in the category of AJ Brown, probably. Even though I do think AJ Brown is capable of taking over, like JJ and Jamar do. But yeah. Well, we've BS'd 5.5 minutes now off the clock. Almost to my mark of 6. So I think though, the pick is in, guys.
Oh,
I told you 6 minutes.
Never try.
Anyway,
milking the fun of it.
Oh, there's my girl. There's my girl. Molly McGrath.
I hope she sees this.
Best reporter out there, Molly McGrath.
You heard that here first, Molly. I have his number. Just get in touch with my people. I can set something up.
Dude, I'm liking the look by Caleb, though. He's got the zip-up suit, which I have never seen in my life. And I don't know what this is on the pocket, above the pocket.
Is that like a white glove?
I don't know what all this stuff is, but this looks like a cross. I just don't know like what else is there. I don't know if it like tucks in to the pocket or what's going on there.
I can't wait for
the Bears look happy. The Bears look happy.
They took JJ.
Jaden Daniels is in.
That would be insane. Could you imagine the absolute swerve that would happen if Caleb Williams was not drafted here?
And this is always the second most frustrating part of the draft is waiting for Roger to walk up. I wonder if he's gonna do hugs. I heard he might because he had back surgery, and he's recovered, but they weren't sure if he's gonna do hugs or not. So we'll see.
Here
we go.
Here we go.
With the first pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams.
Yep.
Quarterback, Southern California.
The right pick. Congratulations, Chicago.
Yeah. I mean, it was easy. He was always going to be the guy. He's been the guy from day one. And I don't know about you guys, but I think I've said this before on the pod. My pro comp whenever I watched was Patrick Mahomes. I'm not saying he's going to be Patrick Mahomes. But when you look at his play, the off-script plays that he made at USC and even Oklahoma, you just think, all right, Patrick Mahomes, like he made some throws where throw it off of 1 foot.
Oh, here we go. We gonna get a hug?
In the pocket. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Caleb's not the problem with the hugs.
It's the
The
defensive
big
end.
dudes.
It's the offensive tackles.
When freaking 6'9" Joe Alt gets out there.
Do you think someone's going to pull a Christian Wilkins on him?
Huh?
Christian Wilkins on him? Just jump?
I don't know. I hope not for Roger's sake. But anyways, yeah, back to, like I said, Caleb Williams reminds me of Patrick Mahomes, the off-script plays. The arm is there. And I'm interested to see if they use him in QB run. If they have QB designed run plays still with Caleb like they had with Justin Fields.
My guess is they
He's not a
do.
runner, but he has the mobility. That's another thing. Patrick Mahomes isn't a runner, but when he does run, he's effective.
Yeah, I was about to say they probably will retain a few plays that they kept with Justin Fields when it comes to running QB, but they're going to cut him by like 80% in terms of just how much they use it. It's definitely one of those like, hey, we just need a couple yards. It's like 2nd and 3. We want to get the defense leaning one way, get 4 or 5 yards, be creative, slide and get the first down. That'll probably be what Caleb Williams looks like when he runs.
Yeah, I think. I like the RPO game with Caleb. I think he would be good, like you said, on those short yardage read options would be awesome with him.
Yeah, and especially with DeAndre Swift, I think that would work really well because DeAndre Swift has a lot of experience with that with Jalen Hurts. If you don't know, audio listeners, we just lost Alec. So hopefully he'll get back on the show, but we'll see.
Yeah. Alec's going to be in and out throughout the night. He's got a draft party going on, so
I respect it.
And his boys don't pick for a while. So, all right, Washington here again. I don't think. We had the whole fad of, like Washington might trade. Washington's going to go Drake May. But no, I think it's going to be that, and that's rough. That is a rough picture for Caleb Williams right there.
Come on.
The Trubisky and Justin Fields weren't very great in Chicago. But we got 4:15 on the clock for Washington. And, it's going to be Jaden Daniels. He just fits in the Cliff Kingsbury offense. Spread, mostly shotgun, and you're going to get the ball down the field. So, yeah.
Commanders are thinking this over.
It looks like new GM Adam Peters is on the phone. So it looks like they're going to get this pick in here soon. Not a fan of their setup. I don't like the U table setup. I'm more of a stacked table kind of guy.
Nah, the U table setup, that's biblical, my guy.
There's my girl again, Mom Graf. She's living her best life.
Dude, she'll live her best life once she gets connected with you. Hit my wine.
But yeah, I like how they don't do the showing the green room anymore before the guy is picked.
Mm-hmm.
You hate that on NFL Network. Wish I could get NFL Network. I could provide the NFL Network, but I'd have to stream it. We don't want that. We don't need to be behind the ball. And anyways, so we're still waiting on Washington to put their pick in here.
Do you think they're listening to trade offers? I think that'd be insane.
Well, I think you have to, especially if the Vikings are off 3 first.
Never mind. Pick's in.
Yeah, the pick is in here. So
they were closer to my guess with the Bears in terms of time. They were around 2:30.
Yeah, I forgot. I gotta mark my guys off here. So I got two. I have two different ranking sheets. One from CBS Sports and one from Pro Football or Fantasy Pros. Because it was very difficult to find a printable rankings from anyone. ESPN didn't have one this year, which I was very disappointed in. But it is nice because Fantasy Pros, although they have the incorrect height and weight, CBS Sports has the right height and weight. But Fantasy Pros has pro comps. So interestingly, Fantasy Pros pro comp for Caleb Williams was Aaron Rodgers, which I also could see because Aaron is also very good at off-script throws.
You know who I think is kind of an interesting comparison to Caleb Williams? What do you think of Donovan McNabb comparison?
I can see that.
Not a prime Donovan.
Yeah, I could see that. I think Donovan was more a runner, though.
True. Donovan was a little bit more jump on his feet. But yeah, I told my dad, I was like, I kind of like the Donovan McNabb.
All right, here we go.
I'll shut up.
With the second pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jaden Daniels.
Yep.
Quarterback, LSU.
Hey, we've been predicting it since our first mock draft. We knew they were going Daniels. This guy is a Cliff Kingsbury type of quarterback.
Yeah, again, it just makes too much sense in what Cliff wants to do. And yeah, so okay, I don't have any of none of my bets are in play yet. But yeah, it just makes too much sense for what Cliff wants to do. And I think, although some people might think that, well, Washington doesn't have the weapons to really take off for Cliff Kingsbury. But, I mean, they do have some guys. They do have Scary Terry McLaurin. They do have Jahan Dotson, who's been awesome. And they got Brian Robinson in the backfield. They got to add probably another receiver, I would think. Because they did add someone, but I can't recall who. All right, so we got the Patriots on the clock here. 6.5 to go. Schefter says that his source said there's 0 chance the Patriots trade.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Yeah.
You know what? I have the boldest prediction. I think this pick is going to be our first shock. I think if the Patriots stay, they may take J.J. McCarthy.
I don't think so.
I think that would be the biggest shock, but it could happen. I think that would be the biggest shock that I could reasonably see happening here, taking JJ over May.
Yeah, I think that I don't think it's even close. I think Drake May is by far in the top 3. I think he was close with Jaden. So, yeah. As does everyone, my guy. But, wow, they're going to watch party. So, yeah, Washington. So, yeah, they added Olamide Zaccheaus, brought back Jamison Crowder as well. So, yeah, they're probably going to add another guy. They really upgraded their O-line this offseason, especially the interior with Nick Allegretti and Tyler Biadasz. Just probably need a left tackle, which is in the second round. The Patriots pick is in here.
Fuck.
Forgot they added Zach Ertz, Austin Eckler as well to that offense. So there are some more weapons for Jaden. And Molly's with him now. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, I'm excited for Vic Fangio to blitz the hell out of Jaden Daniels. Very excited for that. And Fantasy Pros has Randall Cunningham as the comp for Jaden Daniels. Also, not a great graphic for the QB. I don't know too much about Heath Schuler. Patrick Ramsey wasn't that good. Jason Campbell was actually I was a fan of Jason Campbell. I liked him. He's a good guy. Of course, RG3 had the magical 2012 rookie season, but after that, not a lot. And then, of course, RIP Dwayne Haskins as well, former Steeler. So why did it even ask trade back when the pick is in, Adam? I don't get it. But yeah, the fun doesn't start yet. I still say the fun is at 5. We're still waiting for this pick, and it looks like we're getting it right now. Maybe. Come on, Raj. Here he comes.
Find out the Patriots pick is in. The commissioner is on his way. Here comes pick number 3.
With the third pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Drake May.
Jimmy, I was scared. I was scared for a second. The D and the J, I was like, is he gonna say JJ? But no, yeah, Drake May makes a ton of sense. He's the third. Yeah, you could argue he's second or third best quarterback, whichever one you like better. But yeah, so no trade. The Patriots have their dude, and I like it. I think he's gonna do well in New England. It's a tough place with what they have right now. But and I also don't think that he's gonna play right away. I think Patriots fans are okay with Jacoby Brissett playing to start the season, anyways. And once they start losing games like normal, the rookie's got to play. So.
I just saw a tweet about what the proposed trade between the Vikings and Patriots were for this pick. Mm-hmm. It was both first-round picks this year, next year's first-round pick, and then 2026's first-round pick.
Nice.
It was going to be a haul, and gosh, I wish we could have made it. This sucks. I'm not happy with settling for JJ if we end up getting him.
Well, then don't draft JJ.
I don't know. I'm less excited at the idea of trading up for JJ than I am with May. Like if we trade up for JJ, I'm like, whatever. If we stay at 11 and get JJ, I'd be really happy. I'd be like, all right, we didn't have to move. We still have our second first-round pick. We can improve this team elsewhere. I would love that. I think that'd be great. But trading up for JJ at like 5, I would not be overly ecstatic for that.
Yeah, so Adam Schefter says that the Cardinals are not expected to trade either.
I don't see him taking a QB, though.
No, they were never going to take a QB.
Yeah. It's I know you think it should be Neighbors, but I think it's going to be MHJ.
No, I think it's going to be Marvin Harrison. But yeah, I do. I just don't like the off season that that Marvin Harrison has gone through, and some of his actions or inactions, as I should say, is he also, I don't know if you saw that tweet today. He didn't sign his deal with the NFLPA to his licensing deal with the NFLPA, so they can't sell his jersey yet for whatever team he's drafted to. This one's a little bit better on the QB graphic. Of course, you got Jim Plunkett, but he wasn't good with the Patriots.
You had to go all the way to Oakland.
Yeah. Drew Bledsoe was good until he got hurt. The other two, I don't remember who the one in between Plunkett and Bledsoe was. Of course, you got Mac Jones now in Jacksonville. So, yes, we do know they are looking for offensive playmakers. Of course. 3.5 to go for the Cards here. Pick is in. All right. We think it's Marvin Harrison, but do you think there was a conversation?
I think there was a conversation, but I don't think it was a conversation between MHJ and Neighbors. I think it's a conversation between MHJ and Joe Alt. I know they got Jonah Williams and, what was his name? Paris
Johnson Jr.
Paris Johnson. But I think if you can get the top offensive tackle to pair of your first-round pick last year with a up-and-coming quarterback, I think there's a belief that could be good for your team. But yeah, I think that could have been the conversation. But again, I think it's MHJ. I think it's the obvious pick here.
This team is bones bare at the wide receiver position.
True.
Love my guy Michael Wilson. I got him in my dynasty league, but other than him, there ain't much. They have Trey McBride at tight end, James Conner at running back, and that's really it. So I think other than tight end, I think the Cards offensively are all in on wide receiver. They should at least get 2 wide receivers this draft. And then I think they will be looking for the running back of the future on day 2 as well, potentially.
Yeah. I don't think they should double up on first-round wide receivers, but I think you get a wide receiver and
With the 4th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver, Ohio State.
Yeah, so it's chalk. It's chalk. First 4 picks.
Mm-hmm.
As we expected. And like I said, now I think this is where it gets fun. I think it's going to be intriguing. Do the Chargers trade? Is someone going to give up enough value for J.J. McCarthy, presumably? There's a lot of time left for LA and new head coach Jim Harbaugh, new GM Joe Ortiz. 7.5 minutes, a little under that. I'm hoping it's JC Latham so I can make some money, but and I didn't make any money because I lost on the JJ McCarthy number 4 overall selection. So move for 1 so far tonight, Jimmy. It's not great.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to be positive. I'm definitely in the boat of if you have to trade up for JJ, I'm not happy. I mean, I'm okay with getting the QB, but I'm not ecstatic. Mm-hmm. If you can get JJ at 11, I'm super happy. I think that's great. Yeah,
dude.
But I realistically, I don't see us getting JJ at 11.
Dude, and the thing is, I've never been that high on JJ, anyways.
Me neither. I really have.
I'm the next guy, and you're not. So
yeah, I've grown to like him a little bit more, but I think even at 11, I think he will be technically overdrafted.
And I'm not saying to draft him at 11. I think the Broncos at 12 I'm okay with because they don't have a second round pick. And obviously the Vikings have second first round pick.
I think because you have a second first round pick, you're okay with taking him at 11 because you have another pick 12 places later.
Well, just like we talked about though on our mock last night, I think the value at 11 to get a premium, a top player at a premium position that the Vikings need. If a guy like Byron Murphy is somehow available at 11, like the interior D line needs a lot of help. So I think getting the top interior D lineman over the fourth or possibly the fifth best quarterback, I think that is the value you have to take and take your chances at 23.
I'm kind of the opposite. I think with how valuable and needy the Vikings are at a quarterback, you kind of have to take JJ at 11, even if he's the fourth or fifth best quarterback. Because at 23, if you need a defensive tackle, realistically, you could still get Johnny Newton, who I think would still be available at 23. And I wouldn't hate taking Johnny Newton. And if you don't take Johnny Newton, who knows? Maybe Laiatu Latu is still available. You can get an edge rusher. I'm still on the impression the Vikings aren't going to pick either of those picks, but yeah, you never know. I think you just, even if he's the fourth or fifth best quarterback, you kind of just have to take him.
Yeah. Interesting. I forgot to say, Fantasy Pros comp for Drake May is Carson Wentz. So not the greatest.
I mean, in his prime, he was an MVP player.
Healthy Carson Wentz, yeah. Marvin Harrison, they have AJ Green, which I can definitely see.
Yeah, I see that. He's pretty solid.
Yeah, and that's the funny thing. Most of these guys have been as good as their dad. Jake Matthews specifically. Kellen Winslow definitely was not as good as his dad. Obviously, his dad's a Hall of Famer. I mean, all those guys. Howie a Hall of Famer? I can't remember.
Who?
Howie Long?
Yes, Hall of Famer.
Yeah, no, okay. But I said 200%.
Yeah, so all those guys' dads, Hall of Famers. It's tough. But Chargers, man, we got 3 minutes.
I keep refreshing Twitter. I ain't seen anything.
Are they sticking? And if they are, who is it? Okay, Ian Rappaport said no trade.
No trade? All right.
So now we got to talk about who it is.
I still think it's Joe Alta.
I'm okay with that. I would make money on that. I would make about $20 on that. So we would be plus 10 on the night.
That's what we want.
The big prayer is what John talked about, and it's Michael Penix in the top 10. That's the big money ticket we're hoping.
No way.
Although
the Giants do exist, and they do tend to overdraft QBs.
That is the big money ticket we're trying to hit tonight. We're going whale fishing here with the Michael Penix bet in the top 10 plus 23-1. So we would be living life on that one. I'm hoping it's JC Latham that's even more money for me if it's JC Latham. But JC Latham as the number one offensive lineman bet. So it's either Alt or Latham, and if Latham doesn't go, it's fine because that bet was canceled. But my guy said he'll process it if it does hit. So.
Man, they keep saying the pick is in on Twitter, but They're taking their. Oh, there we go.
It's in now. It's in now.
I'm gonna throw away my drinks before I forget.
So the hope, JC Latham, which, like Jimmy and I talked about, it makes sense. It makes sense for Latham over Alt because he played right tackle at Alabama. And it's like, all right, well, if you draft Alt, which guy are you going to put all at right? Or are you going to put Rashawn Slater, who's played his entire career at left tackle, at right? So I think Daniel Jeremiah and Field Yates were onto something with the JC Latham selection at 5. However, who knows? Malik Neighbors, it could be as well.
Yeah. I don't think there's a wrong pick for the Chargers here, unless it's J.J. McCarthy.
I did see the Twitter people on that, what it would mean for Justin Herbert. $40+ million in dead money this year and next year, I believe.
Yeah, I keep seeing like mock trades of like, oh, going to the Vikings. I'm like, it's not going to happen. Like, Chargers are not going to absorb that amount of money.
So are they going to show? So they haven't shown like the fan bases, the individual little fan bases every time. I'm kind of surprised they haven't done that. Or no, they did. They did with the Cardinals.
I do remember that.
I don't remember them doing that with the Commanders or the Patriots, though.
No, I remember they showed more.
There's the Chargers. There's the Chargers.
There
They got a sign of Jim Harbaugh's head.
Didn't know they had fans out in LA.
Oh, there's a guy that Chargers Black Panther mask is pretty sick.
Ooh, that's pretty solid.
All right, there's Rod's coming. Here he is. Here we go. Who is it going to be for the LA Chargers and Jim Harbaugh's first pick?
With the fifth pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Joe Alt,
All right.
tackle, Notre Dame.
It's the right pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be intriguing. It's going to.
Listen, I mean,
He does not look that happy.
yeah, he's taking it in.
I mean, Joe, you're going to LA. I mean, there's his dad. Not as good as the other dads that have sons in this draft class, but because I have never heard of John Alt until Joe. But yeah, I mean, he's gonna have to transition. So, okay. So I forgot he's not at the draft. So Raj doesn't got to worry about him hugging him. I forget who's all at the draft. I don't have the list anymore. But yeah, I do think though Joe Alt is gonna be a 10-year Pro Bowl kind of guy. He's just gonna have to do it at right tackle.
Mm-hmm.
Which I'm not a fan of. But I thought him as the Titans left tackle would have been beastly. I don't know, though. All right. So we got Joe Wall. Oh, there he goes. Oh, Minnesota. There you go. He's a Minnesota guy.
All right.
I don't know where Delwood is, but
Let me look that up.
Giants got about 5.5 here.
Delwood, Minnesota. Let's see.
So
it's a Minneapolis neighborhood. It's northeast of the city.
Wow. So Schefter said both the Patriots and Vikings reached out to the Chargers about Justin Herbert.
Mm-hmm.
They reached out about Justin Herbert.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
He said it was a very quick flat no. Which,
I mean, I would say no as well.
well, yeah, the Chargers would have had to take on $63.5 million.
Yeah, they'd have to take on
For
63
this season alone. For this season.
They'd have to take that and then probably a rookie quarterback, unless you wanted to wait 2 years, because I don't think there's a quarterback next year that you'd be really fawning over unless you had the first.
Hey, man. Hey.
Again, I could be wrong. If your guy Carson Beck makes that jump, I could be wrong. But right now, I don't see it.
Yeah, man. Well, the Giants are picking. No trades yet. And that's what I told people today. People were asking me about trades. I'm like, yeah, I think the smoke has cleared at the top 5. I don't think anything's going to happen. I think it's going to be back end top 10 where you're going to see trades. And Tennessee's the first one. Tennessee's the first one with all off the board now. I think they're going to be okay with trading back. Someone, I think if the Giants here go neighbors, I think it's a Dunze season at 7. Either that, or I don't know if anyone would trade up that high, but Brock at 7 as well could also be in play.
That would be very interesting.
And that would be for a team like the Colts, a team like the Bengals, just to try to get above the Jets.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why number 9 with the Bears makes a ton of sense for Brock Bowers. That draft slot, Bears need picks. And to get right ahead of the Jets, I think a team would definitely be willing to come up for Brock Bowers. But the Giants, I think this is neighbors. He's the most explosive receiver in the draft, and that's the kind of receiver that they need in this offense.
In the draft, and the Giants receivers absolutely stink.
Here it comes.
I think Booger McFarland just said exactly what I said.
56th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Malik Neighbors, wide receiver.
God, guys, this has to be the most boring NFL draft in history, man.
Vikings could, unless Broncos and Raiders try to jump, we could still take JJ at 11.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't have much to say because this is exactly how we thought it was going to go.
We've been doing well, man. I mean, even without the trade up, Drake May still was taken 3rd.
Yeah, we can check our final mock draft here, which I have somewhere on my phone. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so we're hitting 1,000 right now, Jimmy. We are 6 for 6 on our final mock from last night.
We're so smart. Why don't they hire us?
Yeah, we didn't have any trades. This was our first trade right here.
Yeah.
This was our first trade at 7. We have the Jets coming up to 7 for Roma Dunze. So the Titans have 6:20 to go here. And yeah, I mean, this has to be in play. I just think the value is there for Tennessee to take.
Yeah. Because we keep saying Tuis Falaga, but even if you move back to 10, I still think you get Tuis Falaga if you're in Tennessee.
Yeah, I mean, I think J.C. Latham also. I know I kept saying about him playing right, but he has the feet to play left as well if needed. And I just think someone is going to come up here. I know a lot of people haven't talked about it either, but to get in front of Atlanta, what if you want Dallas Turner?
Ooh.
What if you want Byron Murphy? Selfishly, I have a bet on Byron Murphy in the top 10. But anyways.
Hey, I almost forgot. We talked about the JJ at 6 smokescreen, and Vikings didn't bluff.
Yeah. So
Again, that was my big concern, was that the Vikings were really concerned that the Giants were going to take JJ at 6 and we're going to jump.
yeah, so right now they're I'm hitting 25%. However, we're plus 10. And there's 3 picks to go in the top 10. I have 3 players left with top 10 bets, okay? 2 more likely than not than the other one. Like I said, Penix, I got Dallas Turner, who was minus money. And then I got Byron Murphy as well because of the smoke of him to Atlanta. But if Tennessee takes tackle, or we still got 4 minutes, so there's still time for someone to come up if they want. But whatever goes at 7, and then I think there's a good possibility that Atlanta goes.
We have a trade.
Atlanta goes Murphy, and Chicago goes Turner potentially.
We have a trade.
Well, calm down there, sir. I haven't seen anything yet.
I got Ari Meroff.
No, the pick is in here.
Oh, never mind. Holy my Twitter feed sucks. I thought it said 45 seconds ago. It said 45 minutes ago. I was like, oh, crap. The Bears are moving up for a Doomsday?
No, the pick is in for Tennessee here. So we were wrong. We were wrong. However, as much as tackle they need, I would not be shocked if it's a Doomsday either. Because they do need long-term weapons for Will Levis. And it could be Brock Bowers as well.
Yeah.
I
think they're okay with their wide receiver position for now. I think they could hold off, maybe get later in the draft. My rankings for this pick would be offensive lineman, a.k.a. Fulaga, then Bowers, then a wide receiver.
Yeah, I mean, it's the wide receiver thing comes because Hop is a free agent next year, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And Traylon Burks just has not worked as a first-round pick. So
yeah.
Get a Doomsday to pair with Hop and Calvin Ridley this year for Will Levis. But obviously he has to have time to throw the ball. Just a couple of pro comps for these last 2 guys that have gone. Joe Alt, Fantasy Pros, has Nate Solder as his comp. And Malik Neighbors, they have, of course, another LSU Tiger, Odell Beckham Jr.
Ooh.
Which makes total sense. He's just as explosive as Odell was pre-injury with LA. And I don't know if he has the hands that Odell does, but
we'll see.
That's one we haven't talked about, though. We talked about Tyler Boyd a lot as one of the top free agents still available at wide receiver. Odell's still out there as well. As far as I know, I don't think Odell has signed.
I haven't seen anything with Odell.
So, Steelers, just saying.
I don't think it's a bad fit.
Yeah, I mean, the Steelers are an interesting one. Because those guys are out there, that's why I don't think Pittsburgh takes a wide receiver in the first. Because they do have people. Like, it's not like their wide receiver position absolutely sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the other teams, like Arizona. Because they did sign Van Jefferson. They have Pickens. They signed another guy, too, that I always forget who. But, yeah, I mean, they do have some people. All right. Yeah, but Tennessee, like I said, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not looking at Twitter. I'm keeping my eyes off.
There's a lot of different things that could go down. I have to refresh here. So
I always hate these long commercial breaks once the pick is in because everyone on Twitter already knows.
Look at that. I got back in time for the.
Look at you.
So speedy. I think I ran a 4.4 on that one.
Dude, you're faster than that corner from Alabama.
Yeah, Tyrion Arnold, yeah.
Tyrion Arnold. Take that, Tyrion.
So, yeah, Mel, these top two guys that Mel has on his board, I think are possible. And then you got Latham at 5. Yeah. I'm shocked Mel has Faltanu that high, though. That's crazy.
Yeah. I would have flipped Faltanu with Fuaga.
Yeah, I agree. Looks like we're going to get the pick here for the Tennessee Titans. Watch we go 10 picks and no trades. Here we go.
57th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select J.C. Latham.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Alabama.
So yeah, like I said, I think he has the movement skills to play left, which is where he has to play. I don't know if Tennessee is going to double dip at tackle. They should, but they do have high picks in recent years that just really haven't played very well. Right now, the right tackle is Dylan Radins. So
I could see a trade here between the Jets and Atlanta.
Yeah. There you see J.C. Latham. Dude, he is a mauler. Tony Pollard's going to love this guy. He is an absolute beast in the run game. And, I mean, look at that base. Oh, my goodness. He's throwing dudes. Well, the trade hasn't come yet. Atlanta's got 4 minutes. I'm telling you, dude, I think that we're going to get through the top 10 without a trade, except for Chicago. Chicago's the one that probably needs to trade the most. They have 4 picks, which I think I saw a tweet that said that would be the least amount of picks in Bears history if that ended up actually being the final number that they have. Oh, dude, I'm scared for Roger here. JC's in attendance.
Get down, Mr. President. Get down.
All right, so Atlanta's in. They're not trading. Oh no, Raj. Put him down, JC. Put him down. Put him down. Oh man. Yeah, dude. So I like that pick for Tennessee. I could have seen it either way. Very sad that JC didn't go to the Chargers, though, to be the first offensive lineman. Would have loved that payout. But, yeah, CBS Sports actually has JC Latham pretty far down. They have him at 19th. Fantasy Pros has him high. They have him at 11. And unfortunately for JC, Fantasy Pros comped him to Jawan Taylor. So, not great. The penalty machine himself in Kansas City.
Yikes. Oh, Falcons pick is in.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I think it is the Bears' choice here. But and if someone's coming up with Chicago, it's a doomsday. Has to be.
Mm-hmm.
They want to get ahead of the Jets. Or it's Brock. Either one.
Or it could be Denver or Raiders trying to get ahead of the Vikings.
True.
That's the other possibility.
I think the Jets are in a good position, though. There's only 1 pick ahead of them.
Mm-hmm.
Plus Atlanta goes one of those 2 guys we don't see.
Yeah.
But
I do think Atlanta goes defense.
Brock or a doomsday.
Yeah, I think Atlanta here goes defense. I think they go Dallas Turner.
I do too. I think it's Turner or Byron Murphy. Those are the 2.
Mm-hmm.
So We missed our first pick of the draft. We had a Doomsday at 7
Mm.
for the Jets. We did, however, get the correct position for Tennessee. No surprise. And showing Michael Penix, Jimmy. I'm just saying. I am just saying. They are showing Michael Penix Jr. on the TV, sir.
We'll see.
He does not look like he is accepting a phone call.
No.
I think they are coaching him to not show that he is accepting a phone call. But I am just saying, sir, they have shown Michael Penix Jr. on the TV screen.
Bears going Williams Penix, going crazy. 2
quarterback
QB
system. Love it.
Pulling a Birmingham Stallions.
Wow, what a diss to ESPN. They're showing the Falcons War Room having NFL Network on the TV.
Dude, I really hate the downtime between the pick is in and announcing the pick. It's so boring.
Well, remember, Roger had back surgery. He's got to get out there.
I know. Jeez.
Plus, it's always tough in the first round because they got to say, okay, who's the pick? And then, all right, is this guy here? So do we need to print a jersey?
Yeah.
And then if the guy's not here, all right, what film crew do we need to contact to get the camera back on the person and get ready and stuff?
Yeah, good point. But it still sucks. Anyway, here he comes.
TV, man, TV.
Let's see if the stunner is about to take place.
Oh, Michael Penix
Give it
Jr.
to me, Raj!
With the 8th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Michael Penix.
Let's go!
What?
Woo! Fuck yeah! Let's go, baby! Woo woo! Oh, yes, sir! Yeah, buddy! Oh, my Jesus.
What?
So
I guess that
so
I guess
JK's still there for the Vikings.
I guess the penalty for tampering might be bigger than we expected.
Alex,
Unreal.
holy bro, $230 on the board for me, bud. Top 10 Michael Penix bet.
Unreal.
We're living life here on the FAA podcast. We got 11 viewers right now. That's great.
I hope they all saw my reaction. I think I might have just woken up my fiance by yelling.
I think I might have woken Caroline up from my sound coming through your computer. But
The first shocker.
so
Somebody get John on the line.
well, yeah, he needs to be on here. Yeah, I know. He does his own thing though, he said. So he doesn't John did say though in our scouting group chat that I owe him a steak. I got to check. I can't remember who is Atlanta's OC. Zach Robinson. All right. Sean McVay disciple. Which I think is fine. I think he's going to be good in Atlanta. He's gonna sit behind a really good quarterback for probably at least 2 years, maybe 3.
Get this. I'm reading a tweet. Michael Penix Jr. will be 27 years old in the first season where Kirk Cousins doesn't have guaranteed money. 27. Honestly, is Kirk in more trouble than we think because of the tampering thing. Because wow,
He has to be. He has to be. There's
Kirk
no
can't
way
be
he's not.
penalized. Why would they penalize Kirk?
dude, I don't know.
They penalize the team, not the player.
Wow, Bears were quick.
Oh yeah, dude. It's a doomsday all the way.
It's actually JJ McCarthy.
Yeah, I think the Bears are, but again, I'm surprised though at Chicago. I really did think they should have traded down. Their next pick is at 75.
I mean, we had a mock draft where I had them trading back with Denver, still getting Dallas Turner and another first-round pick.
Yeah, that's the thing. That is that an issue? Is that an issue?
Do you know what I'm seeing? Nothing post 2021.
Right. That's because I think not to throw shit on the Hoosiers, but I think they got a little bit better facilities out there in Seattle than they do in Bloomington.
Fair enough.
But dude, yeah, your Vikings are coming up, Jimmy, and it's intriguing. I think the Bears are coming in right now.
39th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Rome Odunze.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a smart pick. That's a smart pick.
Yeah, and like I said, we're at number 10. No trades. Like I said, it's I don't know if it was just the prices were too high or it's just the teams that were picking liked their guys too much.
Well,
That's a big question that I have on what has transpired the first 9 picks.
well, if the Vikings don't trade up, which I doubt it, they will still be one of the only, if not the only, NFL franchise to not take a QB in the top 10 of a draft. Wait!
Ever?
Wait! Holy cow! I just called it!
So they're trying to. Oh, bro, they just
I told you.
not for 11 though. Not for 11.
Not for what?
No, they're picking back to back, Jimmy.
Let's fucking go.
At least that's what I'm.
Dude, if that's true, that's insane.
All right, so they're taking McCarthy, and then they're going to take Turner.
I don't know.
I'm not seeing anything about them retaining 11.
Well, they haven't changed 11 yet, but I haven't got anything on the details. No one has posted the comp yet. All right, here we go. The Jets get 11, 129 for 157 for 10 and 203.
So we still have 2 first-round picks. All right.
Right, you got 23 still.
All right.
Here's Schefter. Take.
I think this is JJ.
The Jets will
I do. I agree. I think. Yeah.
This definitely screams Broncos and or Raiders were threatening, and we had to get our guy.
I'm just trying to find. All right, so Roma Dunze, Fantasy Pros comp, Devontae Adams, Michael Penix. They had as a lefty Geno.
Ouch.
I mean, to be honest, I can see that though. And the pick is in for Minnesota here.
It's probably JJ. Again, I said I didn't want them trading up to get JJ, but not giving up their second first-round pick and still getting JJ, perfectly okay with.
Yeah, so I think they gave up a 4 and a 5, and they got a 6 back.
That's Cool.
So we are all we're a little bit odd. We have not done well since pick number 7 on our mock draft, guys. We are 0 for 3 from pick 7 through 9.
Hey man, this is where it gets fun.
And number 10, we had Olu Fashanu to the Titans. So
Yeah, as a Viking fan, I don't think we're going Olu.
yeah, so this is a really, really great job, I think, by Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah.
Yeah, I think it's a great job for both sides. I mean, I think the Jets are still going to get Bowers. I think as much as I think getting Dallas Turner and or Jared Verse or Latu or even Quinion Mitchell, I think would be better value for the team long term. I mean, you can still get Brock Bowers and get some value later in the draft. And the Vikings, sure, giving up an extra 4th and a 5th is okay. It's decently steep, but you get a 6 back, so you still get a couple. I mean, you still get a day 3 pick in return. You know, this is, this feels like a win-win, and this allows the Vikings to prevent teams like the Broncos and Raiders from getting their quarterback. And again, I did not want the Vikings overpaying to get JJ in like at 5 or 4, but getting him at 3, I mean, getting him at 10, still retaining 23, awesome. I think that's awesome.
I would absolutely love the Vikings to draft JJ McCarthy. Would love it. Because that means
you make money.
Denver Broncos can draft my guy, Bo Nix. And
do you think they trade back and get Bo Nix in the 20s?
I do not. I think because Penix is gone, there's going to be 5. You have to take Bo Nix at 12. You're already ahead of the Raiders. And unless the Jets trade back again and the Raiders jump the Broncos, or maybe even the Denver Broncos trade up 1 spot because the Raiders are on the clock with New York, and New York calls Denver and says, hey, the Raiders want our pick. Yeah. So
if I'm the Raiders, I'm posturing the shit out of the Broncos and telling them, oh, yeah, I want Bo Nix.
Oh, damn. I have not seen Danny's comments here. We'll get to him. He said, thanks, Kirk Cousins, for making the Bears clear-cut 3rd favorites in the NFC North. Minnesota traded. LMAO.
Why trade up? I mean, we already explained because the 2 teams behind the Vikings were going to trade up for JJ. All right, JJ looks happy, so this tells me he's a Viking.
He's like, dude, I get to throw to the best.
I get to throw to one of the best young wide receiver duos in the league.
Bet.
Again, this is a good trade for both sides. This is one of those things you have to do when you know 12 and 13 want a QB as well.
Yeah, so thanks to the Michael Penix selection, I'm not as sad of my Dallas Turner and Byron Murphy picks not hitting.
Yeah.
Less the Vikings.
Vikings?
Look at KOC's smile, dude. He's got pearly whites.
Dude, he's cooking.
Which one's Kwesi? Is Kwesi this guy?
No, Kwesi is.
I don't remember what Kwesi looks like.
He's probably the one next to.
Was he the bald dude back down here?
No, I don't think he's bald. He does have hair. He usually stands next to Kevin O'Connell and draft.
Well, that's the guy that I pointed to.
He was in the brown jacket on the right side of the screen.
Yeah.
Oh, was he in the back more?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He usually sits in the back and drafts.
I thought he was just the guy that was like right beside.
Who the hell is Mel Kiper?
Now, that's a guy I really like. I'm a fan. I like Bucky Brooks. Or not Bucky Brooks. Yeah, not Bucky Brooks. What's his name? I forget that guy's name. Tell me his name, Alec. The guy sitting beside Booger.
Oh, I couldn't freaking tell you.
I forget his name.
Josh Metellus of the Vikings just tweeted out, "Go Blue, baby." Josh Metellus went to University of Michigan.
I think it's fantastic.
We got a very special presentation for the pick. Taps. People from Taps.
What's Taps again?
To help make the Minnesota Vikings
They'll probably explain it.
we are honored to have with us the surviving mother, brothers, and nephew of fallen hero, United States Army Sergeant Zachary Ewing. Zachary died after battling cancer.
Oh.
The cancer that was discovered after he was injured during his second deployment to Iraq. We salute him and thank his family and TAPS, the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, which offers care to those grieving the loss of a military loved one. I'm now going to turn this over to Sergeant Ewing's nephew, Asher, who will announce the pick in honor of his uncle.
With the 10th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select
JJ McCarthy.
quarterback, Michigan.
All right.
Take it away, Jimmy.
I'm a fan. I mean, I'm a fan of not trading up too high to get JJ. I had a feeling we might have been forced to trade up to 5 and to get JJ. I'm glad we did not have to give up 23. I'm glad we didn't have to give up future first-round picks to get one of our QBs. I would have really preferred May. I was super high on May. I thought he was going to be our guy. But getting JJ, I like his decision making. I like that, he doesn't make dumb mistakes. My only problem is he's not aggressive enough. The offense didn't run through him enough in Michigan. And my issue is, he's not amazing at getting to his second and third reads. But I do believe Kenwin O'Connell can really teach really well. But yeah, I'm okay with this. I would have really preferred May, but I mean, if 4 first-round picks isn't enough to get May at 3, then you got to kind of live with it.
Yeah, I mean, so just the Jets are picking, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
They're sticking at 11. It was tough to evaluate, JJ in season like I usually do. That's when I usually evaluate the most, is watching games live. Obviously, when Michigan's run first attack, he didn't throw the ball that much. But you can see, that's an NFL throw right there. Corner route. That one is to Roman Wilson, I believe. But, yeah. Well, okay. JJ, why didn't you just come to Detroit, bro? You're already in Michigan. I don't know where Van Buren Township is, but the Jets here is Brock Bowers. Again, as much as I love my Georgia Bulldog, not what I would do if I'm Joe Douglas. The tackles scare me. And I do not believe, I am very strong believer that Tyron Smith will not win all 17 games. So I know fans want, and probably Aaron wants, Brock Bowers, but I'm just saying, my pick, I would go Talise Fuaga. Now, Talise Fuaga, you don't have to play him at tackle. He can play guard, which I'd have to check the Jets depth chart to see what they have, because I know they did some work inside along with the tackles this offseason. Yeah, so they got John Simpson to play left guard, which was the only other position really open.
I just saw who the pick was, but I'm not going to say anything.
Yeah, why would you do that, Jimmy?
Listen, I'm scrolling through Vikings Twitter because of all the tweets about JJ, and I just saw it.
Yeah, so he's gonna be in a good spot. Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, T.J. Hawkinson, Aaron Jones as well now.
Don't forget Christian Darrisaw and Brian O'Neill as your tackles.
Yeah,
Again,
and
if you're a QB,
center.
yeah, you still need a better center than Bradbury. I wasn't super happy with him last year. But yeah, I mean, again, I mentioned earlier, the Bears and the Vikings were the best place to go as a rookie QB. And, yeah.
Jets, Jets. Let's get it.
2024 NFL Draft. The New York Jets select Olu Fashanu.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what I saw.
Olu. Wow. Again, the issue I have with him is he's a true tackle. He really doesn't have a lot of inside versatility. But I'm very happy. It's one of my two schools I follow in Penn State. Growing up a Penn State fan, so I always root for my Nittany Lions. Very excited, Olu. That's the highest Penn State player that has gone in a while. And Saquon was the last one that I can think of that went really high.
And I mean, I think this signals from the Jets that as much as they understand having Aaron Rodgers means you compete when you have them, this is a pretty good futures pick,
Right.
And
this was the right pick.
I really agree.
You had to get the guy for the future. And even I know we talk about Tyron Smith a lot, but Morgan Moses has an injury history as well at right tackle.
Mm-hmm.
So I would not be surprised if Olu plays, whether that's at left or right this year at some point. To be honest, I know they signed Tyron to a 1 year, $20 million. I don't remember what the guarantees were on that, but I'm just putting this out there.
You could cut him.
Obviously, this is April 25th. What if he beats him out?
He could have an amazing camp, and it's like, all right, like Smith, you're not good enough to be our starter, so why would we bother? Oh, the pick is in for Denver. Do me a favor, write something down.
Please do.
After this pick, I want to make a bold prediction.
Interestingly enough, Fantasy Pros has Paris Johnson Jr. as the comp for Olu, which I do like. I think that's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Olumiwa Fashanu. Denver now on the clock. Do the right thing, Denver. Do the correct thing here.
Hey, they cut to Bo Nix for the first time tonight.
And draft this stunning young gentleman from I believe his family is from Alabama. I mean, because his dad went to Auburn as well. His dad was really good at Auburn. But what am I getting? That's just the last wide receiver the Cardinals had taken before Marvin Harrison. And the top 5 was Larry Fitzgerald at number 3.
You got a good precedent to follow.
Well, I know a lot of people were that's who the comp was for a lot of people for Marvin Harrison. I think it makes sense. That one makes sense as well because Marvin's not the explosive guy that Neighbors is, but he's really like his dad in the sense that he's just the consummate possession guy that you're going to find over the middle of the field all the time. And because he's so big, he's not limited to those middle of the field routes. He can post up, he can run fades, whatever. So, yeah, I'm really hoping this is Bo Nix. I don't really know anyone that has been saying Nix to Denver as long as I have. I don't even remember when that came about. Like, maybe it was like our first mock draft Monday that we did. I don't remember. But I just know I've been saying it since Combine, maybe earlier than that. And I think it's the perfect fit. He reminds me of Drew Brees. It's just he's super accurate, which is what Peyton expects. He's also very intelligent. The football IQ with Bo Nix off the charts. He doesn't have the biggest arm, just like Drew Brees. And the biggest issue that he would face in Denver would be the lack of weapons. Jerry Jeudy now gone. Marvin Mims, I think, is an incomplete grade right now because he has to step up this year as the wide receiver 2 under Cortland Sutton. The tight end position isn't really settled. Now, I like Greg Dulcich. I'm a big Greg Dulcich guy. They have him and Adam Troutman, who they traded for last year and re-signed this offseason. And they got some good running backs, though. They do have Javonte Williams, and they signed Samaje Perine, right? I think.
I'm trying to remember.
Sean Payton has never drafted a quarterback in the first 2 rounds as head coach. Cool. Until now.
You might be right.
I just think it is. It has to be. They cannot. And I think it makes a lot more sense as well. You can't let your division rival take him. Like you can't let that happen. So I think it has to be Bo Nix. And if it is, this would tie 1983 for the most quarterbacks in the first round ever. With 6. They got the big hats out there with the Denver Bronco fans, and I'm excited. I'm ready. And if it is not Bo Nix, it should probably be Dallas Turner.
Mm-hmm.
12th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Bo Nix.
Let's go! Hell yeah! Yes. I absolutely love this, guys. This kid, he is also, like you said with Penix, he's also an older prospect. But
he is the same age as Zach Wilson.
Right. But he's so much more seasoned. And I think because he went through those struggles at Auburn, that made him that much better at the 2 years at Oregon. Even though he wasn't able to overcome Michael Penix in those 2 Washington games that they played. Here you're seeing the Auburn tape. It's not great. And also Auburn, he didn't have crap for weapons at Auburn. Goes to Oregon, finally has some stuff to work with. And now you look at him now. Poised in the pocket. And I was talking about how he doesn't have the big arm and he just shoots one down the field, which he did very often, especially with a guy like Troy Franklin. It was easy to do that. John said, congratulations.
To me?
To me.
Damn it.
But yeah, I don't know if Bo's going to play day one. It'll be interesting. Cool. Instagram removed it from their.
Oh, by the way, I mentioned I wanted you to write down a bold prediction. I got one. With the Vikings not having a draft pick between rounds 2 through 5, they're
Yeah.
going to trade back from 23.
Okay.
They're going to trade back to a team like Baltimore or the Chiefs. I think they're going to try to get some draft capital in the middle rounds. And since they got their quarterback, I think they'll be happy at taking someone in the 28 to 32 range instead of 23. Write it down. I got to do something real quick.
Yeah, so the Raiders are interesting. The Raiders are a team here that I think this is corner. I've been on the corner train for Vegas for a little bit. I had them picking corner in our mock draft. We went Quinyon Mitchell here at 13. So I think that's the pick. The first, fewest. There it is. Fewest overall picks for 6 QBs in NFL draft history. 6 in the top 12. And by the way, Schefter tweeting out that night before the Broncos had Nix in for a private workout the day after his pro day, and so the night before they gave him 3 packets of offensive play installation, and the next morning he crushed it apparently in the classroom. And then they took him out to the field, watched him throw for an hour, and they were like, "Yeah, he's our dude." So I love it. I think that's a perfect fit. And here we go, Raiders. Quinyon Mitchell.
2024
I think.
NFL Draft.
I'm going down.
Las Vegas Raiders select Brock Bowers.
Wow.
Georgia.
What a career for this young man is.
Well, Jimmy, you wanted Chicago to run 12 personnel. I think Las Vegas is going to run 12 personnel quite a bit.
For a team that did not want to copy the Patriots and fired, their former head coach to avoid trying to copy the Patriots, they're about to copy the Patriots.
Yeah, I mean, they have a guy that they drafted in the 2nd round last year, and Michael Mayer.
I loved Michael Mayer.
Huh?
I love Michael Mayer. I don't get this pick.
Yeah, and it really doesn't make sense. The Raiders needed a lot more. They needed a corner is what I had them going with. And apparently the Saints are now listening to offers for 14 here.
So that tells me Saints wanted Bowers.
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense to me for the Saints either. Talise Fuaga's on the board, bro. The Saints need tackle. They need tackle badly.
My guess is they're hearing offers from teams that are defensive hungry.
Yeah, for sure. That is one crazy thing. We are 13 picks in.
Not a single defensive player.
Oh, defense.
Holy cow. Dude, if you were a playoff team from last year that had some defensive struggles, you are salivating right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Bengals are in play here for Byron Murphy or Dallas Turner. We know the Trey Hendrickson is off asking for a trade. This one's going to be an interesting situation here to see who comes up. And this is Eagles territory as well. This is Philly territory. The no corners have gone off the board yet for Philadelphia. I think this will be a great move if Howie Roseman can work it out and get up the board for either Quinyon Mitchell or Tyrion Arnold. Or the guy that I really like is Cooper DeJean.
I'm on Twitter right now. I'm still laughing at all the Viking fans being like, why did they trade up for the guy they could have got at 11? It's like they weren't going to get him at 11.
Yeah, so Fantasy Pros had Brock Bowers comp has pretty good one. George Kittle. I can see that. Great blocker. However, Brock's a hell of a better after the catch than George Kittle is. Just saying. For Bo Nix, it's Kenny Pickett, which I don't really see. I don't think Kenny had the accuracy. Obviously, Bo Nix is the most accurate quarterback in college football history, but yeah, I don't really see that one. I'm trying to think of who in my mind. Like the only one I can think of is Drew Brees, because it's just it makes a ton of sense. My mentee is asking me who his Colts are taking now. And Logan, I think it's corn. I think it's the corners are available.
I think it should be Quinion Mitchell.
Byron Murphy is available. All the defensive players are available. So I think that's the play, sir. I think that would be the Colts selection, and it Rappaport says that the Saints are picking. So that leads me to Talise Fuaga.
Mm.
They badly need a tackle, man. Yeah, so I have tackle, wide receiver, corner, edge as the top 4 needs for New Orleans. But it's just everyone knows that the Saints need a tackle. With Ramchik's knee injury and Penning not really playing well, it just screams Talise Fuaga here. Because I really don't think any of the other guys available are at Fuaga's level. Obviously, Mel Kiper likes Faltanu a lot, but most people like Faltanu as a guard instead of a tackle. He can play. He can play both, but I think he's more of a Pro Bowl guard than a Pro Bowl tackle.
Yeah, man, they're taking their time with this. I really think they're giving this all the consideration they need.
Yeah, I mean, and one shocker, like I said, my second need for New Orleans is wide receiver. I know this is probably a little early for Brian Thomas, but it wouldn't surprise me. I think I have Brian Thomas's territory kind of in like late teens, starting in the late teens, early 20s, and then all the way through the rest of the first round. Because I think, when we get late in the first round, that's a lot of the wide receiver teams. And the pick is in here. So hopefully this is going to sync up pretty well. Looks like we're about to get back from commercial. So yeah, Instagram, like I said, Instagram kicked us off because the copyright, which is fun.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, this is the first time in Viking history they drafted quarterback top 10.
There you go.
Guess who the closest QB they drafted in the top 10 was? Closest to the top 10.
Fran Tarkenton.
No.
Dante Culpepper.
Correct. Dante Culpepper was 11th in 1999. So it would have been the exact same spot if they sat pat.
13 straight offensive players, longest streak, and it's about to be 14 in my mind.
Yeah, it should be offensive linemen. I really don't think getting Quinion Mitchell would be bad here, but I think Talise Fuaga makes a ton of sense. What if it's Troy Faltanu?
Yeah, the corner thing could be intriguing as well, with the Marshawn Lattimore trade rumors out there, and like we had when I had trading Lattimore to Philly in our mock the other day. You get Quinion, then you can afford to trade Marshawn Lattimore.
Mel Kiper seems heated.
Yeah, well, that's why the I don't really understand the copyright thing, because it's our own creation. We have this video that is technically whatever, but we're making our own commentary, so I don't get it. But Anyways, whatever. Cancel me. Cool. That's fine.
It's all right.
I don't have any assets to come after, so.
Yeah. You have an ass though.
I have 300. Yeah, I have hundreds of $1,000s of debt if you want to come after that.
You may absorb my debt if you want.
Yeah.
All right, picks in.
What is Nola doing?
Yeah, I think it should be Fuaga. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Fautanu, and I don't think it'd be a bad pick to take Quinion Mitchell. Here we go.
They're gonna have to go tackle you. We're gonna find out right now. Here we go. With the 14th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Tolaise Fuaga.
Oh no, Roger.
Roger. Roger, come on, man. I mean, this is the right pick.
Roger, it's Talise.
Talise.
At least
Come
that's
on. That back surgery didn't mess with your brain, did it?
That's how I've heard it everywhere. I know.
Now, if I'm the Colts here, I'm taking a defensive player.
Yeah,
this is where the streak ends. I don't think they would go for someone like Fautanu. I mean,
in terms of Indy, I have my number one need is not going to get picked here.
Who'd you have number one need? Was it wide receiver?
I have linebacker as the Colts.
Linebacker, that's right.
Talise Fuaga, Fantasy Pros, has Darnell Wright.
That's pretty solid.
The comp here. So Indy is an interesting one. Indy is a trade possibility as well. This is prime corner trade territory because we're getting into corner. Jacksonville, Seattle, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, Miami all could take corners. So I really would not be surprised if Howie Roseman is coming up here. However, if the Colts do stay, corner is my third need for Indy. I have wide receiver as number 2. Just like I said with the Saints, would not shock me if it's Brian Thomas. I think he's the clear-cut number 4 wide receiver in this class. A.D. Mitchell's close, but I think I prefer Brian Thomas as the number 4 guy. So Talise there in Waipahu, Hawaii. See, now I griped at the U setup for the Cardinals, but the Saints just looks better.
I think it's because it's a smaller room. It's more compact.
What, the Cardinals?
The Saints. The tables are closer together.
Yeah, I think that, but I also think their war room just looks a hell of a lot better.
I need to see Jerry Jones's war yacht again.
Yeah.
His battleship.
Oh, look, they're showing the Eagles guy.
That's interesting. I'm refreshing Twitter.
Give it to me, Howie.
Refreshing Twitter. I got nothing.
So we still got 418 here. I'm telling you, I think the Eagles are the team. The Eagles are the team here. The only other thing I could see, but I don't really know who would do it, is someone to steal Fautanu in front of Seattle.
Another trade-up possibility, not for Fautanu, but for a defensive player, Jacksonville. But that's an in-division rival. I don't think the Colts would do that.
Probably not. I mean, it's not unprecedented, but...
Yeah, I mean, Vikings did it 2 years ago with the Lions, so...
Yeah. But, yeah, this is crazy. I'm surprised the top 5 isn't all defense, to be honest. I'm also kind of surprised at how highly Kuiper rated Fautanu. But yeah, I don't have anything on my cellular device. So,
No, I've got nothing. I keep hitting refresh on my laptop and nothing.
so they've shown Dallas Turner, they've shown Troy Faltanu, neither of which I think are going to the Colts.
So, how many JJ to JJ jokes do you think are going to be told by Vikings announcers?
Oh dear Lord.
It's going to be Matt. Ooh, Tampa Bay Lightning just lost. Yikes. Feel good about that. Blackhawks have their first round pick, and I need them to lose first round.
So the Colts are still going 2.5 minutes here. Now Edge wouldn't be terrible. I probably could have put Edge in my top 5 needs for them, which I did. It's number 4. They have some dudes at Edge though. Kwity Paye, Samson Ebukam, Deo Odegbo, Taekwon Lewis, Jannard Avery, Titus Leo, Isaiah Land as well. So the Colts are sticking.
All right.
So
I think I'm gonna stick and say Quinion Mitchell. I didn't see anything on Twitter. This is hand to God. This is me saying I think it's Quinion.
Yeah, I'm gonna go as my needs are up. I think it's Quinion Mitchell or Brian Thomas here.
Yeah, I think crazy idea. Cooper DeJean. I think that would be a shocker. Cooper DeJean being the first defensive player taken after, not doing a lot of offseason workouts until like just a couple weeks ago.
I think Dallas Turner would be the surprise for me. But the value is easily there.
Mm-hmm. I think at this point, if you get any team that takes Dallas Turner or Jared Verse or Laiatu Latu is a value pick at this point.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty crazy that we have not seen. We are almost halfway through the first round and no defensive players.
How nuts would it be if they took Troy Faltanu just to fuck with us?
They don't need O-line, really.
They really don't. At least not yet. They do have a little bit of an aging problem at the line, but you could still live with it at this point.
Yeah, I think if I remember the depth chart, the only position really that I could upgrade, I think, is left guard. I have the depth chart up on my phone, but I don't want to look at it right now.
Yeah. Faltanu could be slotted in at left guard, but
because I believe that's where Will Fries is.
Yeah. So I think Seattle might go edge. I think Seattle will probably get Dallas Turner if he's not taken here.
With the 15th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Laiatu Latu.
All right.
UCLA.
Well, they went edge.
They did.
But it makes total sense though. Like I said, it's my 4th need for them. However, many teams like Laiatu Latu as the most polished pass rusher in the class. 23.5 sacks the last 2 years at UCLA. And there you can see that he missed 2 seasons. John and I thought he only missed 1, but he missed 2. 2020 and 2021. Had to have spinal fusion surgery just to be able to come back and play. But he is a beast. I will say that. No doubt about it. So Seattle now. Seattle. Wish we could get John on here, but I wonder if Danny has commented anymore. Oh, yeah, he has. Minnesota will compete for the 3rd spot in the North, Jimmy.
Oh,
Chicago, Minnesota games for that 3rd spot.
Yeah, I love the rivalry. I love it, Daniel.
Oh, he's predicting DeJean to the Packers here.
I like that. I think that'd be super interesting.
I don't get that one.
I think he's saying top 15 in terms of value.
Oh, okay.
In terms of like, Which makes sense because I think if you're sitting here as the Packers, you could realistically get a guy like, I don't know. I don't want to say Dallas Turner, but maybe like Byron Murphy if you wanted to get a defense. I know you aren't big on them taking a D tackle. That could happen. Maybe Quinion Mitchell or
Seattle. It has to be Faltano, man. I think that's the clear-cut biggest need.
mm-hmm.
And according to Kuiper, it's a good value. As I'm getting blown up about this stuff for 4th of July. People, I don't got time to make 4th of July plans right now. We got a draft to do. And we're only halfway. We're not even halfway through yet. We got one more pick to be halfway.
I'm trying to text all my buddies back from undergrad, trying to see their reactions to the Colts pick.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, so we got finally the first defensive player comes off the board. Big guy. And I like that fit to Indianapolis, though. I know we had this discussion on the mock draft last night between John and Logan and I about Laiatu Latu versus Dallas Turner. And I talked about the weight. Now, the athleticism is there for, I think, Laiatu Latu to play either in a 3-4 or 4-3. But I really like him to the Colts since they're a base 4-3 team. I think because he's 265, that's a defensive end body type in a 4-3. He would have been a little heavy as an outside linebacker. That's why I like Dallas Turner as a 3-4 outside because he's 240-ish, which is a nice weight out there. And Laiatu Latu for fantasy pros wise, they have a good one, Jalen Phillips, which just completely disregards what I just said, since Jalen Phillips plays outside linebacker for the Dolphins in a 3-4. All right, Seattle, we got 4 minutes here. I kind of want I want John to come on here. Let's try to get him on.
Come on, Johnny boy, get on here. I might just text him like, "Get on, bitch."
That's what I literally just did. I didn't say that. I said, "Come on the pod for the Seattle pick."
If he doesn't get on in the next 2 minutes, I'll swear at him. Don't worry.
But yeah, I don't know if it's just because we're having fun or what, but this draft's flying by, I think.
Honestly, it's better than last year's. I feel like last year's was such a drag.
I mean, we're right on schedule though.
That's good.
First round's usually about 4 hours, and we're right at the 2-hour mark now. So
every time I go on Twitter and everyone's tweeting out the same shit of just like, "Oh my god, the Vikings got fleeced out for one spot." I'm like, I don't think you really understand what just happened. We didn't get fleeced out of one spot. We guaranteed to get our guy with a couple day 3 picks. Relax. If the Jets hit on one of those 2 day 3 picks, good for them. They deserve it. But like, relax. This is not a bad trade.
Questy's got a hit on that 203.
Exactly. I mean, even if he doesn't, I mean, just relax, guys. This is what you have to do to get your guy. We didn't give up 4 first-round picks to move up one spot. We gave up a couple day 3 picks and got one back. Like, geez, relax a little bit. Take a chill pill.
And Seattle is in. Seattle is in.
Come on, John.
So yeah, I'm in on the Faltanu pick. I mean, that has been the mock to Seattle for a while. What is up, my guy?
What's up, guys?
John, I was in the middle of texting you. Get on the pod, bitch.
I've been on for like a minute. I was waiting for Rusty to let me on.
Come on, Rusty.
Yeah. I forgot to say I'm in full screen mode most of the draft.
Funny. I think my TV's a little behind, so I might see the announcement on your TV, actually.
That's fine. Who do you want? My guess, we want Fulaga. We think Fulaga makes a ton of sense.
I was hoping kind of for a trade back here. but obviously they're picking. I don't know. I'm watching the NFL Network broadcast. It already says pick is in. I don't know if it says on there.
Yeah, we have pick is in.
I actually, because of the huge surprising run on offensive players, I think you take advantage and go get Dallas Turner. I did not think that he would be available here. I think you just got to go grab the best. I mean, other than Latu, the best defender available.
Yeah.
I know guard is more of a screaming issue, but I think you could still get a starter on the third round.
Yeah, you can get guys like Haynes in the second round.
Yeah, but we don't have a second round pick if we're not trading back, so we don't pick again. I think till 81. But I think all of that goes out the door because of the value you have here with Dallas.
Yeah. And you could still get guys.
Byron Murphy might be interesting as well.
Yeah, I think if you don't get offensive line here, you could still get guys like I mentioned Haynes. You could get Mahogany if you want to guard. You can get a guy like
Cooper Beebe,
Patrick Paul from Houston. You can convert him.
Yeah, there's a few guys. I will say before they announce it, I want to hear it on my TV. So I'm gonna just hop off as I see Goodell coming on the TV for you, and then I'll be back on right after.
All right,
John, if they do go Dallas Turner, this would make back-to-back picks of my fourth need of edge.
I'm telling you, man, the value here is way too good.
Because I had edge as the fourth need for Indy as well as I do Seattle.
We'll see. I'm still shocked about Penix that early to Atlanta. But
yeah, I gotta get you dinner, John. I gotta.
Yeah, you do, man. You do.
I still like Faltanu. I mean, I always try to sync up with the needs I have, but I do understand. My next need that is valuable here would be corner, Quinyon, Tyrion, or Cooper DeJean. One of those guys I could see going as well.
I saw a report today. I'm going to hop off here in a second. I saw a report that said Quinyon Mitchell is someone they're very interested in.
I'm very shocked. The Eagles.
I did not think Mitchell would be available. All right, I'm going to hop off real quick.
All right, man.
I got a text from a good friend from college. He's a big Colts fan. I asked him about the pick. He said it's very Coltsy and very ballsy. Don't hate it, but time will tell.
Yeah, again, I'm kind of shocked the Eagles have not come up. Really shocked that they did not try to get in front of these corner needy teams like Jacksonville, Cincinnati, and Pittsburgh. Oh, we're going to Pyeongtaek, South Korea. Is this where we're getting a pick, or what are we doing here? Is that Channing Tatum? It looked like Channing Tatum with a mustache. No. Is he doing another military movie?
Battleship 2.
Oh, Operation Draft Pick. There we go. Oh, dude, I thought they were going to make the pick. Or I guess that's only a day 3 thing. Are we going to have an orangutan pick again this year? That's the big question. Does Detroit have a zoo? I don't know.
I mean, every big city probably has a zoo. Here we go.
Thank you to our men and women who serve in the United States military. Your sacrifices to defend our country's freedom do not go unnoticed. Thank you so much. With the 16th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Byron Murphy.
Whoa.
Well, there's John's guy.
All right, John.
There you go, Booger.
Yeah. All right. Well, so interior D line, I did not have that on my board for Seattle. Just checking the depth here in terms of that spot. So Mike McDonald's bringing his 3-4 defense here. Bejesus. Vikings are up, Jimmy.
What?
They're getting Dallas Turner, bro. Maybe.
What the fuck?
The Vikings are coming up to 17, bud.
What the
Anyways, let's go back to Seattle here. Let's go back to Seattle before we talk Minnesota here. Leonard Williams, Jaron Reed, Draymond Jones, the interior three there. They got Mike Morris, Jonathan Hankins. They signed in the offseason. So there's not a lot of depth in terms of interior D-line. Makes a ton of sense them getting the future there with Byron Murphy.
I got to assume this is going to mean a possible future first. Maybe if
it's going up 6 spots, I don't know.
Maybe a future, because we don't have a second-round pick next year.
Well, I don't know if they would do it, but a third this year, a third next year.
I don't think we have a third this year.
I thought you did.
I thought we traded it in the trade to get 23.
I don't recall.
Hold on.
But we're still waiting on John to.
No, we don't have a third this year.
Well, we could see what we got going on.
By the way, underrated thing. Even though the Vikings gave up a 4th and a 5th round this year, they had 2 4ths and 2 5ths this year.
There you go.
So I mean, I don't get the complaints.
Hey guys, I'm back.
You called it.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be Dallas or Byron, and it makes sense to go
So
Byron.
is it going to be Dallas here, guys?
I think so. I think so. You guys lost Danielle Hunter.
John, real quick, Vikings giving up 17 or getting 17 for 23, 167, a 25, and a 25 third and fourth.
I saw that.
A 1st, a 5th, and those other 2.
Oh,
I think that's good value to jump that high, giving up a ton of day 2 and 3.
Oh, here you go.
Dallas Turner, guys.
Yes.
Like we thought.
Holy cow.
Wow.
I heard Chop Robinson all day. I had a bold prediction, John, that Vikings were actually going to trade back from 23, but they did the exact opposite. This is insane. Klesi cooked, man.
That's exciting. The fact that Dallas is available this far down. These teams are getting such good value.
Yeah. You got to think the Vikings were thinking, holy crap, we can get the top edge rusher of this draft.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I understand you're getting the players, right, Jimmy, but it's tough. There's not a lot of capital for Minnesota down the road.
That is very true. But you also got to think the problem with draft capital is draft capital also means salary cap capital goes away because you have to pay these guys. So he's probably thinking,
hey, JJ.
yeah, you got to think, okay, you got to pay JJ. So I can't pay these rookies if I want to keep JJ. So I might as well move on from these, second or third day picks.
Dang,
and not
bro,
have to pay him.
Moving, bro. He was speed walking out to the stage.
Dude, this guy wants to be a Viking, apparently.
By the way, keeping with our comps here for Byron Murphy, Fantasy Pros had Ed Oliver. That's a solid one. I like that.
I like that.
Dallas Turner is Nolan Smith. So I don't really like that because it's an incomplete right now. Like Nolan Smith hasn't played that much yet. So I don't really like that one.
So who's up? It's funny. I had Jacksonville wanting an edge, so I'm kind of surprised. Maybe they want corner or wide receiver.
Yeah, I mean, it's setting up well for my teams, man. No corners have gone yet.
Have you seen the
Rams could pick one?
Have you seen the video of Falcons GM talking to their owner and Arthur Blank, and Blank does not look happy at all?
No, I haven't.
I'll send you the video real quick.
But so we got Cincy on the board, just under 4.5 here. For Cincinnati, corner is my number one need for them. It's corner, it's wide receiver. So they have all the corners available that they want. And and Brian Thomas. Brian Thomas is a guy I know. I've seen some people mock to the Bengals. Don't know what's going on with T. Higgins. He's only on the franchise tag. They haven't re-signed Tyler Boyd, so they need a third wide receiver anyways. So I think the Bengals could go in a couple of different directions here, but I do think it should be corner. That's just my number one need for them. That's why. What do you think?
Oh, man, this is tough. This is part of the draft where I really start to not know.
Well, we're going to commercial, Jimmy. So if you want to talk about what you think for Cincinnati in terms of who's still available, I'm gonna hit the restroom.
Yeah, let's see. I could see him going tackle. I could see him going Troy Fautanu here. I don't think getting Quinion Mitchell would be a bad pick. I think corners is something that they should definitely look into. But yeah, I think Troy Fautanu could be your guy here. I don't think it'd be a bad selection. But yeah, I think it's either going to be Fautanu or it's going to be Mitchell. Or I think since Trey Hendrickson is requesting a trade, I think you could see maybe Jared Verse here. I think those are my three. I think if I were the Bengals, I personally would go Fautanu. I think awesome offensive line has been needing to get improved, and sure, you've signed a couple veterans, but the veteran signings haven't really worked out so far. So maybe you just need to draft a guy and build him up yourself. So I would do Fautanu.
Are we talking Cincinnati Bengals pick?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Interesting. Who have you guys brought up?
I said three players. In order, I'm going to go Troy Fautanu, Quinion Mitchell, and with the Trey Hendrickson news, Jared Verse.
I could see offensive line tackle need is big there. I kind of suspect if Seattle didn't take Fautanu, if that knee injury is still creeping up and making him slip. So if you do tackle, I think Amarius Mims might be the guy here. But Quinion Mitchell's still slipping down, and they have a corner need as well. So I'd be between Quinion Mitchell and Amarius Mims.
Yeah, corner is my pick. That's my number one need for Cincinnati. So I like any of the top three: Mitchell, Arnold, or DeJean. But I also, like I said, Brian Thomas is a possibility as well.
This is true. NFL Network was talking about if the run on offensive players will help boost Thomas's stock up. But I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still going to stick with what I think. I think this team wants to get better at the offensive line, especially with Joe Burrow's injury. I know it wasn't really an offensive line injury, like an injury caused by a poor offensive line play. But I still think that is kind of what they're looking at in terms of like long-term needs. I love Quinion Mitchell. I think he'd be amazing for the Bengals. Bengals haven't had a shutdown corner, I feel like, since their contending window opened.
Well, the thing with Cincinnati is they have good corners. Their starters aren't the issue. It's that they have nothing behind them.
Yeah. And the thing is, though, you don't go first round for depth. So that's my argument against getting a corner.
You got a picture of Caitlin Clark as a Chiefs fan.
All righty.
New Indiana Fever guard.
I'm sorry, but the WNBA jerseys are ugly, right?
Thank you. Someone said it. They're awful.
I saw her in that Fever jersey, and that was awful. She's awesome. Those jerseys are awful.
So here you got Kuiper's top five there.
I
His
still
rankings are intriguing, for sure.
Also, I just want to talk about the Byron Murphy pick. I'm so excited that he's not a LA Ram. I thought we were going to have to deal with back-to-back undersized defensive tackles, but we have them instead. I'm so excited.
Well, John, how about Johnny here for Cincinnati as well? I know
I still think it's between Mitchell and Mims. That's my hunch. I just suspect Faltano, even though I think he's the better player. I thought if his knee wasn't concerning, he would have been Seattle's pick. I know I talked about the value of defensive players. That would have been such a great fit. So that's why I think if they do OT, it wouldn't be Faltano, but maybe Mims. And then Mitchell's the top guy at corner.
How about Jared Verse as well? With the Trey Hendrickson trade rumors.
I had Jared Verse. I had Jared Verse as 3.
I could see that. That could be interesting.
God, this whole pick is in thing is taking forever.
Here we go. We're getting it now, Jimmy. Right on cue.
All right, Troy Faltano.
Offensive line. Find out the Cincinnati Bengals picking here at 18. Here's the commissioner.
With the 18th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Amarius Mims.
Oh, John hit it. There you go, John.
Hello, John.
I'm Nostradamus. What can I say?
Wingers.
Yeah, I mean, I said Faltano.
You sound about the Faltano knee. I love him, but there's always a guy that slips that you don't expect.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Might be him.
My question, though, is Mims has never played right, I believe. So he's going to have to learn how to play right tackle. For the future, anyways. Trent Brown, obviously, is a starter right now. But, well, I mean, who knows Orlando Brown, how long he's playing either. So I guess Mims becomes the swing for this year, and then we'll see where he goes after.
We'll see in the future.
Yeah,
I like this pick.
which I think is good. I think because of the lack of experience, I think it's good for him to sit this year, anyways.
I agree. I think it's a perfect place for him to sit and learn behind those two guys they have already.
And guys, like, who was it that tweeted? Ian Rappaport said the Rams are actually on the clock here. They are on the clock.
So what are we thinking? I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna guess with Byron Murphy gone. I think they go Quinion Mitchell.
Amarius Mims, Fantasy Pros, Cop, Phil Lodeholt.
Whoa.
That is a name
Phil
in a while.
Phil had, as a Viking fan, Phil had a fantastic rookie season. And he wasn't awful, but he never shined. He never took the next step past his rookie season.
Bro, the Rams social media wins the night already. They win.
Let me check.
They win, dude. Oh my god. Oh, that is hilarious. I know they're your division rival, but dude.
Are you talking about the Titanic? Yeah, that's a good one.
It's been 84 years.
Do you think they're going to pull a Viking and forget to make the pick because it's been so long? They're not used to doing this.
Please. Pittsburgh is waiting.
I kind of like Jared Verse or Johnny Newton here.
I was going to say Johnny Newton.
Yeah, those are my top two needs: interior D line and edge.
Mm.
Oh no, the Jeff Fish. Tom has only won 4 of his 7 in 2016.
Has it really been that long?
Nice.
Wow.
Mahomes was a junior at Tech.
That's actually insane. You know, it'd be really funny.
Dude, are they not at the Malibu? Are they not at the beach house?
No, I guess not. It'd be really funny if they
Looks
traded
like
back.
it kind of looks like it. They're definitely at a house. It doesn't look like. I don't know though.
Ian Rappaport on NFL Network just said Stafford wants to tweak his contract. I don't know what that means, but Spencer Rattler's the pick. I'm just kidding.
Dude,
did you guys see a lot of the heat
so
about the Rams trying to trade up in the top 10 today?
I heard a little bit of that, but it felt like a smoke screen.
Do you think that could have been to try to get a receiver? Could Brian Thomas be a sneaky pick?
I mean, you're the one that's been pushing the wide receiver to LA.
I still don't get the wide receiver first round to LA, especially with Puka Nacua really coming out. I know.
I'll go even bolder. Xavier Worthy.
Ooh.
Well, my next need, besides interior D line and edge that we talked about, I have tackle as well.
Offensive or defensive?
Offensive.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I said
Sometimes people forget.
Interior D line is my first need.
Oh.
Just because I think, well, I'm not a big fan of Alaric Jackson at left tackle right now. The pick is in for LA here. They do have Joe Noteboom, and Rob Havenstein's pretty solid at right. And they drafted Warren McClendon last year, my Georgia Bulldog. But
dude, you know what I'm excited about? With the Vikings not having a day 2 pick, I'm going to be at a baseball game tomorrow, so I don't have to care about it.
I will be here.
I will also be here next to my whiteboard erasing names.
Hold on, when does the second round start? I always forget. Is it a daytime thing or is that day 3?
No, it's an hour earlier. I think it's
it's at 6 o'clock Central.
Okay.
6 Central tomorrow.
I knew like day 3 started around noon.
Day 3's 11 a.m. Jimmy.
Yeah.
On Saturday.
All right, that's the next time the Vikings
make
a pick. So I guess I got to get up for that. But hey, I'm really happy that I don't have to, miss anything at the baseball game tomorrow.
It's a good combo for you timing wise.
It's kind of like the Bears. It's kind of like the Bears fans on day 3. They're sitting there. All right, we're picking once. All right, the rest of the day's ours.
Seattle doesn't pick again until 81. So Jimmy, I'm kind of in the same boat.
All right.
I am not.
You guys had to pick one guy at 19. Who is it? Like, who's your prediction?
I'm not gonna lie. I accidentally saw the pick on Twitter. So
I'm going with. I mean, interior D line is my first need, so Johnny Newton.
My guess, I'm putting money on Xavier Worthy. But let's see.
I know what it is, so I'm not saying anything.
The Los Angeles Rams select Jared Verse.
Okay, that's fine. Perfectly fine. The only thing I'll say about Jared Verse, I don't like him in a 3-4. Only thing. I like him as a 4-3 end.
I gotta run.
Jared Verse.
But other than that, other than my not really liking him in the defensive scheme, it fits the need.
He was the best guy on the board for me.
Yeah, I just what is so yeah, I mean he's 260. Yeah.
He's going to be able to put his hand in the dirt and play because they run a 4-3. Am I wrong? Am I right?
No, they run a 3-4.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, you could still put him at one of the 3 down linemen.
He'd be a little light for a 3-4 DN though.
We'll see
Unless they're going to play him. Unless they're going to play him as a 5. If they play him as a 5, I'm okay with that. But I mean, you can see the Florida State ran a 4-3. That's why I really liked him as a 4-3 end. Unless they're drafting him and they're like, all right, bud, let's put on 20 pounds and make you a 3-4 DN.
I mean, it happened. It's happened before.
I mean, not even 20. I mean, if he puts 10, 15 pounds on, he could be an undersized D end in their scheme.
So, one of your teams, Rusty, what are you wanting? My guess, you want Quinion Mitchell.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the easy pick here. I have not liked the mock drafts that have Brian Thomas going. I just think the secondary need is so much more of a need. Jared Verse. All right, I like this this comp for Fantasy Pros. Kayvon Thibodeau. I like that one. Now that one's an interesting one too because Kayvon plays in a 3-4 in New York. So Maybe I'm wrong about Jared Verse. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't remember what Kayvon's height weight is either, though. So I think they're about the same height. I think they're different in weight, though.
We'll see. Hey guys, I'm gonna have to hop off.
Thanks for
All
joining.
I hope the rest of the first round goes well. I think your Eagles are set up well. They needed a corner.
I do as well. Yeah.
So I'll see y'all later.
See you, man. Appreciate it. So yeah, okay. Of course, we're going to the commercial while the pick just went in, which is always great. I know you love that, Jimmy. But yeah, so Pittsburgh here. I mean, my teams are set up very well right now. Philly and Pittsburgh both need the same stuff. I have corner as the number 1 need, wide receiver as the number 2 need. And for Philly, it's not as dramatic as at the wide receiver position. It's just the depth is not great, and they've been searching for a wide receiver 3 for quite a while. And I just think because they signed Devontae and A.J. Brown to the long-term deals, I don't think they're going to be in a rush to draft one in the first. I think that's a little rich, especially when
if you're the Eagles, I think if you're the Eagles, you can either wait day 2 or you could go for OBJ, make him wide receiver 3.
Yeah, I mean, I think Tyler Boyd would be a great one because he's used to that wide receiver 3 role, playing with T. Higgins and Jamar Chase and Cincy. But I think this is easy with all of the corners still available. It would surprise me if they went Graham Barton or Troy Fautanu. Even though both of those are need, I like Barton better than Fautanu because Barton can play all 5 versus Fautanu is a guard tackle guy, and they really don't need guard. So they would be betting that Fautanu can play tackle for them and kicking Broderick Jones to left, putting Fautanu at right. But, yeah, I just think the corner position is not very good opposite of Joey Porter Jr., and if they can get that locked down, they have Minkah Fitzpatrick at safety, as well as a bunch of other guys that they have a pretty good safety room in Pittsburgh. But I think this is it's. I don't really necessarily care which one. Quinyon, I like Quinyon over Tyrion Arnold just because of the 40. I know it's not very great to put a lot of stock in the 40 time, but Quinyon ran a 4.3 and Tyrion Arnold ran like a 4.6. So it's a big gap between that. So I'm really praying. You know, we got 2 picks till Philadelphia. And Cooper Jean is my guy for the Eagles. So while I would hate to lose him here, if he's going to one of my teams, I'm okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
But I just think the Steelers don't need a guy like DeJean as much because, DeJean can play safety, corner, or nickel. I think that is more of a need in Philly. But, I mean, I do think DeJean is the best defensive back in the draft. And we got lit up Pittsburgh yellow here, Pittsburgh gold.
Your boys, your QB boys.
Yeah, it's Russ. We don't even have to put Justin Fields up there because he's not going to play this year. The only reason I would put Justin Fields on the field is in sub packages when you're down in the goal line. I would run goal line QB run packages with him. I think QB power, QB sweep. I would love to see Justin Fields in that semi-Cam Newton role.
Yeah. Either that or if Russ Wilson has like a 2023 Broncos kind of season where it's like, all right, get off the field.
Dude, I mean, Russ improved last year from the beginning to the end.
Yeah, I'm talking 2022, though, when he was awful.
You said 2023. Oh, Cam Hayward, baby. Let's go.
Striving to make an impact.
I like the suit, man. It's like a turquoise.
But their impacts will be felt far beyond their field, but in their communities.
Walter Payton Man of the Year.
Walter Payton. And today, the league's highest honor, the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, presented by Nationwide, recognizes his lasting
Presented by Nationwide.
Tonight, we are proud to welcome the 2023 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year winner, Cam Hayward.
Very deserving, dude.
What a gem of a man.
Yeah, he is
First of all, I want to say thank
such
you,
a good
Commissioner.
person.
And most importantly, I want to say thank you to the Payton family, the NFL, and Nationwide. The NFL draft is special. Fellow NFL players and prospects joining the league this week, I want to challenge you. Use your platform to brighten someone's day. The opportunity before you is a gift. And by coming here and being in this league, seize that moment. Be better in our communities, be better for our league and our world. Thank you so much. Here we go. And with the 20th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Troy Fautanu,
Wow.
Washington.
Yeah, this is a guy I didn't want.
Wow.
Like, that's pretty much the only guy I didn't want.
Wow.
I just it's rough because he's not a center, which is a need. And if what John was saying about the knee injury history, and that's why he's been falling, makes me question. But now it has to be tackle. That's the only position that they have available for him to play. Like the guard spots are solidified. So while I think he looked very good at the combine moving, and I think he can play tackle, he played left, obviously, right there. I don't like it. Not with the guys that were on the board. The value there was corner. It just doesn't make sense to me. So I don't know. See if I can get another Steelers fan in here. But yeah, it's I'm not a fan. Not a fan. Offensive linemen don't matter when the QB decides to scramble half the time. Yeah, Danny, I got it. Jimmy, I'm surprised you haven't been calling for Danny to come on to get this NFC North Rumble going here.
I don't know. I mean, if he wants to come on for the Packers pick, I'd totally have him in.
Yeah,
Want to come on, Daniel? I'd be down.
I think he should be. I think he said he would.
Dan, you want to come on and we can make fun of the Lions pick together?
Oh,
Come
yeah,
on, Daniel. Come on. Come make fun of the Lions pick with me.
Oh, dude, I thought we were gonna go rapid fire. Why are we going to another commercial? Why?
Dude, I hate this part of the first round where they always go to the commercial right as the pick is in comes
I don't
in.
get it.
Because then I know I can't go to Twitter for another 10 minutes.
Well, okay, at least that's something that's good with the Fautanu pick. He grew up a Steelers fan. And his favorite player growing up was Troy Polamalu, so that's pretty cool. So Miami.
If I'm Miami, I think the smart pick, that's 2 picks.
I have Johnny Newton.
Johnny Newton's 1, and then JPJ is the other.
Yeah. Dude, I cannot believe the position that my Philadelphia Eagles are in, bro.
Dude, you could get the top corner in the draft without doing anything. That's insane.
Troy Fautanu, Fantasy Pros, has his comp. Ooh, Rashawn Slater. So, all right. All right. I like that one. If that turns out to be the guy.
Didn't Slater also go to Washington?
No, he was a Northwestern.
Northwestern, another purple team.
Purple. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was getting confused with.
Denny, I thought I did send you the link, bro.
What link?
Danny's like, send me the link. I was like, I
Oh.
did. I thought I already did. Pretty sure I did, bud. Pretty sure.
Come on, Danny boy.
Gotta check the spam.
Dude, if he disrespected you by putting you in the spam folder,
Wow.
That's hurtful, Dan.
Yeah, so Miami, well, it's tough now because I think it has to be Johnny Newton. It would have been more intriguing had Faltanu been available because interior O-line was my next. But like you said, I don't JPJ. He's a guy that has really dropped in terms of what I've heard.
Mhm.
I think he's a guy that potentially. I think the centers have been getting pushed down. Him and Zach Frazier.
Yeah, they might be day 2 picks.
Yeah, I do think that's where they're going to eventually end up. Unless we get a Graham Barton here, and then Dallas would be a JPJ destination.
Yeah, I think another possible JPJ destination could be San Fran.
Yeah, we did talk about that on the mock last night. We had them taking Zach Frazier at 31 because of the need to replace Jake Brendel at center there.
Mm-hmm.
Seems to be the weak point of San Francisco line is center. But yeah, the mock has not gone well, guys.
We did our best.
We have not hit a pick since 6.
Hey man, that Penix pick really effed us up.
Well, this is what. Well, you know what though? I have heard, or at least I heard one place. I think Peter Schrager had Xavier Worthy going to the Miami Dolphins, or at least he talked about it. Could you imagine him with Waddle and Tyreek?
I think that's just ignoring need for flash.
All right, Raj.
I mean, look who left.
Yeah, the defensive needs were crazy.
Also, if Xavier Howard's still a free agent, I don't know why the Vikings aren't giving him a call. I would love to see Howard with Brian Flores once again.
All right. Well, Howard's coming off injury, isn't he?
So we get him on the cheap. I'd take him.
With the 21st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Chop Robinson.
Wow.
Linebacker, Penn State.
Wow.
This is a guy I saw mocked at 23 for the Vikings.
Yeah, it's a need. It is a need. Where did I think I had edge? Dude, you couldn't believe it. So we have 3 edge, or no, we have 4 edge off the board, right? Yeah. So we have 4 edges off the board. And Minnesota was the only one I didn't have edge as a need. But 3 of the 4 edges went to teams that my 4th need was it. So, but it makes a ton of sense, though. His first step get off is ridiculous. So I think it's going to be a great fit in Miami. They got a new defensive coordinator down there, who I can't remember is there, but I think it's going to be a good fit. They're going to need a lot of help. He's going to have to play early because we don't know when Jalen Phillips and Bradley Chubb are going to be back. We don't know what the status of early in the year is for Jalen Phillips and Bradley Chubb, so Chop's going to play early. Hello, Mr. Potter. How you doing, sir?
Hello, Mr. Green Bay Packers Super Bowl Licks champion. Welcome to the show.
Oh, boy. Hey, what's up?
Oh, you know,
This has been a crazy first round, by the way.
Dude, it's insane.
Jimmy, I highlighted the wrong dude.
You doofus.
I highlighted Johnny Newton on the
I'm not wearing my cap. I got my Packers gear on, so.
Dude, you're not wearing a suit jacket. This is a professional show. I say as I'm like 2 beers deep.
Jimmy, I'm ahead, buddy. I'm on 3.
I did start the show with a mixed drink, so I'm feeling all right.
Jimmy, I'm highlighting wrong people left and right, dude.
Dude, come on. This is a professional
Oh,
show.
it wasn't my fault on the Fantasy Pros rankings. Who puts 2 Robinsons on top of each other?
Probably a married couple with the last name of Robinsons.
They put frickin' Darius right above Chop. And I highlighted Darius instead of Chop. I was like looking at the pro comp. I was like, Eric Armstead for Chop Robinson.
Interesting.
Boye
Boys are up next.
Mafe is the pro comp for Chop. So not great. Hasn't really blossomed yet in Seattle as a second-round pick for Minnesota, but still young there. Dude, Philly, where's he at? This guy right here, he is your 2024 Executive of the Year. Give the freaking trophy to him already.
With the AJ Brown extension? Is that why?
No, because he got Devontae Smith for only $25 million per year.
Yeah,
Signed AJ Brown to the highest deal, which makes sense. And now he's sitting in the catbird seat with the top 3 corners available.
I hope Cooper DeJean does not. I hope
that is my hope that he does get picked because he fits Philadelphia.
He'd be great in Green Bay.
But I'm okay with either one. You got Tyrion Arnold right here as well. I do think, as much as I like Mitchell over Arnold, I do think Arnold fits Vic Fangio's defense more than Mitchell does.
And the pick's in.
However, I think both can play man-to-man that Vic wants.
Who's this guy?
That is Nate Wiggins.
Oh,
so
him.
But again, well, I mean, that's who we had the Eagles going with in our mind, I believe.
Or no, we had them going for that because
we had the Steelers. We had the Steelers going with Nate Wiggins. But Wiggins would make a lot of sense. I've said multiple times this draft season that the Eagles need speed. They need to add speed in the secondary, and harder to get much faster than 4.39 with Nate Wiggins. So Howie looks happy. Mr. Laurie looks very happy as well. You got Coach Sirianni right there as well. He's got his full beard in bloom. Go Birds with the signs. Loved it. That's
that guy.
That's our Eagles dude. I don't really remember what his name is, but he's always on the Eagle stuff.
All right. Before this pick is in, I got to ask you, Daniel. I know you've been just shooting some shit with me as a Viking fan. I appreciate the ribbon. But honest opinion, what do you think of the Vikings first round? Getting both JJ and Dallas Turner with 2 trade-ups while still maintaining their 2025 first, which a lot of people thought they wouldn't have after today.
I like the JJ pick. That's great. I think he fits well with them. I mean, he gets to throw to Addison, Hawkinson, and Justin Jefferson. And Aaron Jones too. Oh, an offense is going to be scary. But see, I'm starting to think that there is a new formula, and I think it's sitting behind a QB for a couple of years. And I think Atlanta hit on it tonight, even though I don't think that was there.
Danny, did you know
what they were going to do at first? But the whole Kirk Cousins thing.
From what I hear, Cousins is genuinely shocked.
Did you know I hit?
So was Aaron Rodgers.
Did you know I hit big on Michael Penix, Danny?
Wait, did you have him going to it? Falcons?
Top 10 bet 23-1.
Wow.
All right, let's see what Philly's got here, baby. Come on, Howie. Give it to me, Howie.
Man, he's walking slow. That back must really be feeling it.
Oh, dude, his back's flared. His back is flared.
You got to get that assistant commissioner out there.
This past year, we played games in front of amazing crowds.
Brasilia.
And Germany.
Ready for that?
Season,
Yeah, I'm going to be streaming it at Jimmy's wedding.
Like a bad day to get married, apparently.
Yeah, Jimmy, it's all your fault.
My bad. I just love Caroline too much.
You should have known the first Friday in September was going to be a Brazil game, and the Eagles were going to play in it.
Yeah, he picked a Friday knowing that that was when an NFL game.
The funny thing is, it was almost the Browns, too, which is Caroline's entire family.
I would have laughed my ass off.
One of the most successful players from the program is the Philadelphia Eagles, Jordan Mailata.
Jordan Mailata, baby! Oh, by the way, another amazing signing, re-signing by Howie.
For high school football players. To make the Eagles selection, let's join Jordan live from the Eagles draft party in Burley Beach, Gold Coast, Australia.
Wiggins.
Take it, Jordan.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! Oi, oi, oi!
I'm going to curse him on his jersey.
Good evening to those of you from the beautiful land down under.
Oh, I love it.
22nd pick in the 2024 NFL draft. The Philadelphia Eagles select Quinyon Mitchell.
Let's go, baby! Hell yeah!
All right.
That's
I absolutely love it.
That's the right pick, and it's a great pick.
I was fine with any of them.
All right, Cooper DeJean still on the board.
But Quinyon here, like I said,
And Kool-Aid.
the negative on Arnold was the speed. Quinyon, just like Nate Wiggins, 4.3 guy, going to add a bunch of speed into that secondary. And I love it. Absolutely. I cannot believe Eagles didn't have to trade up for a corner. And, I mean, you can look at this. The man had 40 pass breakups in his career at Toledo. Like, that's ridiculous.
We had this guy drafted as far up as 12 to the Broncos in some of our mock drafts. And I think the most popular position we had him was like either 12 to the Broncos, 13 to the Raiders, or 15 to the Colts. So getting him here is insane value.
All those QBs were taken like top 12.
I know. Like I said to Rusty, the reason you have to just like overdraft QBs is because that's just how people value QBs.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're obviously the most valuable player in the field, but it gives all these other teams great opportunities to draft.
Yeah, every team that already has a quarterback is like, yeah, we don't have to worry.
Yeah.
Yeah, our mock last night, we had him at 13 to Vegas. CBS Sports had him ranked 8th. Fantasy Pros had him ranked 10th. Overall, Jonathan Joseph, the comp for Fantasy Pros. Not a bad one. Not the all-pro Pro Bowl player we expect to get.
He's fast.
I mean, look at this. He plays well against MHJ. I mean, that's something. Again, this is the benefit of having your QB.
He'll be able to keep it with CeeDee Lamb. He'll be on CeeDee Lamb a lot. That's Eagles Cowboys matchups. Yeah. That's probably
and now, and it makes a lot of sense too, with the Giants getting Malik Neighbors tonight as well.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
And with Washington getting a new QB.
Yeah, Scary Terry.
Yeah, but they don't really have a Jahan Dotson would be the guy I'm scared about deep wise on them.
Wow, Jacksonville wasted 0 time.
Yeah, dude, this is easy. I can't believe the Jags traded back and they're still going to get a corner.
Yeah. The question is, though,
that's the number one need corner.
Is it going to be DeJean? Is it going to be Terry Arnold? Is it going to be Nate Wiggins?
Yeah, corner is my number one need for Jacksonville. Brian Thomas is an outlier, is a wild card here as well. This is prime Brian Thomas territory in the 20s. But who know? You know, with who is on the board, Buffalo could pull a Philadelphia and just sit there at 28 and let Brian Thomas come to them.
It could.
I mean,
if not Brian Thomas, you can get Adonai Mitchell.
Right. When you look at it, like Dallas could take a wide receiver. Like I said, the Jags, I think, are the most likely out of the teams that are in between them and Buffalo. Tampa is also a wild card for a wideout. And other than that, I don't know who else, because the Cardinals aren't going to take a second one and the Packers aren't going to take one. So but Danny, it is setting up well for the Packers though with Cooper DeJean. Like I said, I was liking him for Philadelphia. I think Cooper DeJean's the best defensive back in the draft because of how versatile he is with safety, corner, and nickel versatility. But yeah, I mean, all the top mock drafts I saw yesterday and today had DeJean to the Packers at 25. So,
Daniel, now I'm upset. I think you're right about JJ. You know why? Skip Bayless just said he was a good pick, so it's not going to work out. I have lost all hope. Give this draft an F. I'm done. Stick a fork in me.
You know who's set up well also with how this is going right now? Obviously, don't know Jacksonville. We're getting Jacksonville right now. But if they go Brian Thomas, Arizona's also set up very well.
That's who I was going to say. Arizona's set up really well.
Arnold would be a great selection if he could
get
27 for Arizona. Here you go, Jacksonville. I'm gonna wait for the text from my mentee to see his Jags. He needs to come on and talk about his
NFL draft. The Jacksonville Jaguars select Brian Thomas Jr.
Yeah, dude. That's ton of sense.
Another weapon for Trevor Lawrence. All right.
Christian Kirk, Gabe Davis
needed to replace Calvin Ridley.
Yeah.
Remember how we were talking about how in the late second, early third, in all of our mock drafts, we were having trouble finding cornerbacks for teams that had cornerback needs? They might accidentally have cornerbacks in the second round because of how drafts are going right now.
Like I said, this was my number 2 need for Jacksonville. I really like the pick. This is going to be an awesome offense for Trevor Lawrence. They're gonna be throwing deep a lot. Christian Watson is the comp for Fantasy Pros on Brian Thomas. I think that makes sense. Brian Thomas is that deep threat that they kind of already had in Gabe Davis, but he's much bigger than Gabe Davis, height and weight size. I mean, look, he's mossing guys right there. So that's what you get with Brian Thomas. You get not only the speed, but the man caught 17 touchdowns, led the FBS last year, and he's rocking.
Excited to see the offense work.
Yeah, I'm really excited for Trevor Lawrence, and I think that the Jags will continue to be. Obviously you got the Texans now as well, but I think this is a good sign that the Jags are in the arms race with Houston in the AFC South currently. So now we got Dallas here. This is where I like Graham Barton.
I was going to say either Graham Barton or JPJ. I know JPJ is still falling, but being a true center might be intriguing.
Yeah, I just think I think the versatility with Graham Barton is super nice to have. Being able to play all five, they can see what kind of works in camp.
Nice sunglasses. Those are huge.
I think if they go with Graham Barton, they can see what works in camp, where he fits best, and then they can kind of determine, all right, do we want to keep Tyler Smith in at guard and put Barton at tackle, or do we want to move Tyler Smith out, put Barton at guard or center? I think that would be the big thing to see, but I don't think it would have to be made until camp when you actually see him playing at each spot. But Jerry's not on his yacht, Jimmy, unfortunately.
So this pick is going to be a bust. Calling it.
Thank you. The Cowboys actually gave me something. They gave me a commercial, so I can.
I'm going to say this right now. Cowboys are so into the sexy pick. It's kind of been their kryptonite for a while. So I would not be shocked if either Cooper DeJean or, as wild as this sound, Adonai Mitchell going here. I think Dallas is this weird obsession with getting that big name. They always seem to like it. And I think this would be such an interesting place for Cooper DeJean to go. But I would not be shocked. Or, excuse me, I burped. Since they're taking so long, I could see a trade back. I'm just wondering who would trade up.
I don't think there's really going to be any trade ups at this time. I mean,
I'm just trying to think of who would trade up and for what.
Yeah, exactly. I think there's too many. Well, cornerbacks, for example, there's so many left.
There's so many. Yeah. Maybe 49ers, if they really want to get someone like Grant Barton or JPJ.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Maybe I think maybe the Ravens, if you want to jump the Bills to get Adonai Mitchell.
Mm-hmm.
That makes the most sense. I think if the reason they're taking long, maybe they're thinking the Ravens want to jump up and get a wide receiver and get Adonai over the Bills, and Dallas is considering it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think as much as Barton makes so much sense, the Cowboys going crazy and taking the sexy pick of either, Cooper DeJean of Adonai Mitchell, it would be pretty Dallas, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Yeah, by the way, guys, I forgot to mention, first time Howie Roseman has ever drafted a corner in the first round. Last one was Lito Shepherd in 2002. If Quinton Mitchell turns out like Lito Shepherd, I'm in. One of the best Eagles of our time. When I was growing up, he was one of the players on those Jim Johnson 2000s defenses that was awesome.
Is he a starter in the Super Bowl? Super Bowl 39? Is he playing a lot?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he was drafted in 2002.
Yeah.
Oh, look, we got this is the first time I'm seeing the new CFP commercial.
Yeah, the picks in.
12 teams.
Wow.
Yeah, so well, Jimmy, we did have JPJ in our mock last night.
Mm-hmm.
No, the Cowboys are not on the clock. The Lions are.
Oh.
At least that's what Rap Sheet is saying.
All right, Daniel, let's laugh at this pick.
Yes.
Oh, God. I hope they don't take Cooper DeJean.
I will say,
Ruin.
our last mock draft that I was a part of, I had the Lions trading the first, second, and third to move up 4 picks to get Laiatu. So who knows how crazy they got to make this jump, especially in front of your boys.
I just hope they don't fucking ruin this for the Packers.
Do you think it's Cooper DeJean?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking they're just doing this.
I don't know, because I moved there. Well, okay, so I didn't have corner as a need. However, I did have safety as a need. That was my fourth need for Detroit. I was thinking potentially Graham Barton. I have interior O-line as a need.
Graham could make a ton of sense.
Hey, you want to hear a funny tweet, Rusty, about the Cowboys? Nick Wright. I don't know if you know Nick Wright. He usually talks NBA, but he also talks NFL once in a while. He said trade downs are typically smart, but it's a little hilarious that the Cowboys went from being all in on free agency and doing nothing in that to being all in on the draft and now trading down.
I really think the Cowboys are scrambling right now.
Yeah, I think they're screwed.
Yeah, they're getting down in Detroit.
Do you think they're like, oh, we had this whole thing set up for the Lions when they pick later, and then the trade came in, they're like, oh, oh, God, everyone on stage now.
Yeah, maybe.
It's probably why it took forever to announce the trade.
Well, so the Cowboys needed picks. They didn't have a fourth rounder. They didn't have a fourth rounder. They had 2 7s, a 6th, 2 3s, and a 2.
God, I hope the Lions pay Jared Goff over $40 million a year. Please do
it. The Cowboys kind of
did the fourth best team in NFC North at this point.
But yeah, the pick has been in, and yeah, I mean, I think y'all were right. I think it probably is Cooper DeJean.
No, wait, hold on, it's Terry Arnold right now.
I mean, yeah, they're on Terry Arnold, but I just don't see a corner need, not with the Carlton Davis trade. So yeah, I think it could be Cooper DeJean. Like I said, Graham Barton I think is a possibility. Adonai Mitchell as well. If the Lions wanted to get ahead of the Bills, even though that was just one spot ahead of them, you know, maybe they couldn't find an offer with Tampa. Obviously, the Packers weren't going to trade back with them. And the Cardinals at 27, maybe they couldn't figure something out there either. Still think the Cardinals are sitting pretty.
Cardinals are doing well.
Potentially. If it's not Arnold here and the Bucks don't go Arnold, which I think is a possibility.
Here tonight that we've not yet heard. I'm not suggesting that will be in this spot, but in the next few picks. Again, there have been quite a few surprises tonight that have left a few names on the
Oh, I thought we were getting the pick. Okay. They went
it's the host city's pick, so it's going to take forever.
They showed the stage. Like,
I have to have Eminem perform.
They're going to have Eminem rap.
I can see him announcing the pick.
He's in the back cooking as we speak, trying to create a.
I gotta give me one of those. I gotta give me one of those Predators masks.
Oh, here we go.
Football community and growing football participation at the youth. And
a little bit different than Eminem, guys.
Joining me on stage are girls flag football players representing the first 4 schools that competed in the Michigan Girls Flag High School Football League and local high school.
Come on, Raj.
Students.
He can't pronounce Michigan.
These young men and women have values of respect, integrity, resiliency, and responsibility to their teams. Congratulations on your accomplishments in your academic and football careers. Now to make the selection, please welcome Ellie Bagley.
Yeah.
Well, they talked about the 4 women, but they didn't say who the 2 dudes were.
Have traded the 24th pick to the Detroit Lions. With the 24th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Terry Arnold.
There it is. Well, all right. Well, Danny, the Packers are still there.
Yeah, they're getting Cooper DeJean, whatever, how you pronounce his name.
You don't think they'd go Graham Barton?
See, that's the thing. I think they could, but I think in the long term, Zach Tom is going to be their center after this year. I was talking to Rusty about this actually the other day. I think they go with Myers for 1 more year, see how it is, but after this year, I think they go Zach Tom center.
Fantasy Pros has an excellent comp for Terry Arnold, Jalen Johnson. So that's a good one there. He's looking fly. I'm in on that, dude. That looks like That looks like some felt. Some felt. Like, I don't know. That looks like.
That does look like a nice suit.
I'm in on the pink suit. And he's got the silver bow tie, dude. I'm in on Tyrion Arnold.
Because of his suit. See how he does on the field. Let's see if he can keep up with these great Packers wide receivers.
All right, so here's the trade. The Cowboys get the 29th and 73rd for 24 and a 25-7.
That's it?
Well, it's 5 spots in the back end of the first round.
I don't know. I thought you could have done a little better than that.
No, once you get past about 20, it turns into like a third is all you need to get up, depending on how many spots. So the Packers got 8 minutes here. We're chilling.
So I think the top 2 favorites, based on the conversation so far here on the pod, it's probably either Cooper DeJean or Graham Barton. I think either one is a hit.
Yeah, DeJean is the top player on both of the lists I have right now.
Ooh, the pick's in. They didn't waste time.
CBS Sports and Fantasy.
I'm seeing something other than Cooper DeJean.
I had Johnny Newton in a mock
Look
draft.
at Twitter.
Don't look at Twitter.
You can't say anything if you're looking at Twitter. That's why you put your phone down while they're on the clock.
I'm just saying, Daniel, I had them taking Johnny Newton in a mock draft on Sunday, and Rusty made fun of me, and my feelings were hurt.
Well,
the pick is in. You can't.
Okay,
don't say anything.
Once the pick is in, you can't.
You don't want to ask who I think they're going to pick?
It's Spencer Rattler.
Because you already know, and that's cheating.
I guess we can't talk about it. If it's not Cooper and it's not Graham Bart, could it be JPJ? Or Tyler Guyton? Ooh, maybe Guyton.
Yeah, a big one would be either Morgan or Guyton. True tackles. Morgan has guard versatility, but well, they got to get Arnold off the stage first.
Yeah.
Before the Packers can make their pick. And it's tough to get him off the stage when it's the Lions pick, you know.
Yeah, you got to soak it in.
But no, I do really like the Arnold to Detroit fit, solidifies their defense, and he gets to play beside his former teammate Brian Branch, so they're familiar playing with each other already. And Alabama guys just kind of feel like Dan Campbell guys.
Yeah.
Like, dude, if they needed a tackle, J.C. Latham would have been a Detroit Lion. Some way, somehow.
Probably.
All right. Are we finally going to get the Packers pick here? Or
no, we're going to get another commercial break.
Oh, we got to get the interview with Tyrion first.
My God. It's at this point of the draft where it always sucks because they say the pick is in and take half an hour.
Well, we're 9 minutes past the 3-hour mark. So again, we're right on schedule though.
Yeah.
We're right on schedule. An hour per 8 picks is the schedule. We're getting into the home stretch. We're into the last quarter of the draft, guys.
Almost there.
Yeah. But it does get really interesting. I know John dismissed this on the mock draft last night, but when I was talking about someone coming up for, I think it was Bo Nix, or maybe it was someone else. He dismissed the fact the 5th-year option value, but I think teams do value that a lot. If there is a guy that you want to get an extra year is paramount. So I think it's really valuable to trade in if there is a guy, especially I know it's not really feasible at this point. Many teams aren't going to have any first round grades left at this point in the draft. Because usually you have about, I want to say, 15 to 20 first round grades, depending on the year. So at this point, a lot of teams probably are out of their first round graded guys. There are probably a decent amount, maybe a quarter of the league still has first round guys on their board. But if there is a guy there still, and you have one of the higher picks in the second round, I mean, I think to get the 5th year is added value to whatever you're going to trade away. All right, where's Raj at?
Yeah, the camera's set up at the tunnel. Oh yeah, here comes the wide shot, and they're gonna cut to him.
They go right through. Oh no, they went down this time. They usually went right through the thing.
Yeah, here we go. Right to the stage. Right to the stage. Here we go.
With the 25th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers and hosts for the 2025 NFL Draft select Jordan Morgan.
Oh, see, I told you it could be one of the
Oh, he does not look happy.
That's great. When Zach Tom moves to center next year, here comes Morgan in at right guard or left guard or wherever you want to place him.
Left tackle. He's playing left tackle, Danny.
All right, cool. Well, Elton Jenkins, Morgan, Zach Tom. I'm loving it.
Yeah, this was, like I said,
This is our offensive line. Jordan Love, more protection. Let's go.
He almost looks like Jordan Love.
Yeah, like I said, this is one I could see. There he is playing left tackle. The Bucks
The
Bucks are already in here.
Yeah.
Left tackle.
I don't hate this trade. I mean, draft pick. My only thing was, I think in a value standpoint, I think you could have traded back with a team like Buffalo and still gotten him at 28. But hey, if you get your guy, you get your guy. Maybe the Packers, instead of wanting Graham Barton for interior, maybe they like Morgan on the outside, like Rusty mentioned. So again, I don't dislike this pick. This pick might have been a more value at 28 if they traded back and got a couple picks along with it.
Well,
but this isn't a bad. This is not something to freak out about, like that Packers guy on the TV.
No, I think they gotta bolster their line. We've had injuries. We just had some players who were just not great last year, and we got to work against the Detroit defensive line. So, whatever we need to do that. Chase Young is a Bear, right? Yes.
What?
Chase Young? Or am I totally off?
No, he plays for the Saints.
Oh, he's a Saint.
Anyways, but so you're getting a guy 6'5", 325, excellent size, can move well, and Fantasy Pros they actually had him as the number 1 guard, but I don't understand that because then they have the comp as Lyle Collins, so it doesn't really make sense. But I mean that's a decent comp. Lyle Collins, solid career so far, but Jordan Morgan's a guy. I think he's gonna be your left tackle. I think just talent alone, he can beat Rasheed Walker out for that spot. So I think you're getting a day 1 starter at left tackle. But Tampa, I was surprised how quick they were in. Granted, we had that kind of backup with Tyrion Arnold on stage and the Detroit fans, but this is an interesting one with who's available. So I have interior O-line as my number 1 need. Graham Barton would be my pick for them. They need a replacement. Ryan Jensen retired at center. But Cooper DeJean also could be in play. Like I said, they traded Carlton Davis to Detroit. They need help at corner. That's my second need for Tampa. So I wouldn't be surprised if that is the pick either. So those are my 2 guys for Tampa right now.
I think at this point, you could legitimately say someone like Cooper DeJean is the pick for every team remaining in the first round, just based on value.
Oh, cool. Facebook canceled us too.
Damn.
Love to see it. Love the haters.
They just can't handle my suit game.
They just can't handle that we have 17 viewers right now.
Yeah. Those 17
That's
viewers.
why 17 viewers is a snitch. Then we're coming.
One of you 17, you got to take the sacrifice and leave, so we're at 16, and that's below the threshold.
No.
I kid, of course. Please stay. Oh, man. I got to charge my laptop.
All right, guys, I'm going to head out.
All right, have a good one.
See you, Jimmy, Rusty, wherever you might be.
See you, man.
I'm here.
Take care. Have a good
Have a
rest
good
of the
one.
round.
Whoops. Pulled out my link. There we go.
Yeah. I don't think Johnny would be in play here. AD Mitchell, possibly. That's my third need is wideout. But we had the Bucks going edge, so
They could go Darius Robinson.
I think it's a little early for Darius.
Mm.
I know there's a lot of people that like him in the first. We did not have Darius Robinson going in our mock last night. But granted, we did not have the edge rushers pushed up as high as they were tonight. But this, dude, the Cardinals are praying. The Cardinals are praying that this is a Graham Barton pick right here. Because they need corner. And if Cooper DeJean's on the board, they got to run that in.
Yeah. But, I mean, if they do take Cooper DeJean, you could still take Nate Wiggins, and it'd still be an okay draft.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Nate Wiggins is a guy that I like as well. Like I said, 4.3 speed. He ran 4.33, I think it was, at the combine. Mitchell ran 4.39. But all right.
Hey, we're zooming through the pick is in thing.
Well, they still kind of went under, but it was a lot closer on that one. All right. Rod is coming. Here we go.
Where's the fans?
Let's find out. With the 26th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Graham Barton.
Yep.
Center Duke.
Yep.
Yeah.
They labeled him the center.
Ton of sense. The top center on most people's boards. Like I said, the versatility is outrageous that he can play all 5 positions.
So if you're Arizona, you're running to the board and saying, Cooper DeJean.
Oh, yeah. Easily. I mean, they got 6 minutes still. But unless
I think the Cardinals are going to walk away from this draft with probably the 2 most exciting – picks in. 2 most exciting players probably,
Yeah, we said they were going to run it in.
We were right. I'm going to throw away my beer and run to the
And
bathroom.
by the way, with that Graham Barton pick, it ties for the most offensive players in round 1.
Damn. Any team that was defensive hungry in the second round is salivating right now.
19 already taken. But yeah, really like that. Really like that pick for Tampa Bay. It was a pretty easy team fit. It was just the fact of whether he was going to be there or not. And I think it's tough. It's a tough look if you're a Cowboys fan. The Fantasy Pros, they had Cody Whitehair as the comp, which I like because Whitehair also, I know at this point in his career, he's a guard center guy. But early on in his career, I believe Cody Whitehair was able to play all 5, just like Graham Barton can do. And we're rolling, man. We got Arizona right here.
With the 27th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Darius Robinson.
Wow.
What?
Wow.
Whoa.
The Senior Bowl, Lewis.
I mean, we said it was a need.
Where did I have edge here for Arizona? I didn't have edge.
Really?
I had wide receiver, center, corner, guard, and linebacker. Yeah. I their pass rush wasn't great. I understand that. But he also, it's going to be interesting to see where he plays, because he's a guy that, despite being, well, they have him at 285 on the draft cast here, but I believe his, CBS Sports has him at 296. So while the interior guys weren't, outstanding, they do have Bilal Nickel. They signed Bilal Nichols, Kyrus Tonga, and Justin Jones in free agency. They have L.J. Collier, Roy Lopez, Dante Stills, who they drafted last year, Phil Hoskins, Naquan Jones as well. So I mean, he's going to be the best of those guys. But yeah, I just the corner situation, Arizona's not great, not good at all. Like, they signed Sean Murphy Bunting, which is great, and they have Garrett Williams, who they drafted in the 3rd round last year. But other than that, it's not very promising. So yeah, I get it, but and I don't really like that ESPN listed him as an edge, because I think he can do it, but it's going to be weird to see a 285-pounder outside linebacker.
So we have the Bills next. I think the obvious pick would be Adonai Mitchell, but with Cooper DeJean available, it could be interesting.
Kirk. Well, yeah, Kirk.
Do you get the tweet about him being shocked?
Yeah, from Mike Garafolo.
Mm-hmm.
But Kirk's such a good guy, though, that he's not. I don't think he's pissed like Rodgers was when Love got selected.
After having seen him be a Viking for 6 years, he's the ultimate professional.
Yeah, and I think Atlanta was doing a due diligence as well with Achilles. Is not an easy injury to come back from. I mean, we're going to see Rodgers and Kirk both come back for the same year. So,
the Chiefs.
That is intriguing. 2 wide receiver teams trading with each other.
Maybe the Bills don't prioritize wide receiver as much.
The Chiefs could come up for DeJean as well.
That would be super interesting,
because that's a big need. L'Jarius Sneed's in Tennessee now.
Mm-hmm.
Kansas City, in terms of needs I have for them, wide receiver, tackle. This could be Guyton as well. Corner is my 3rd need. So I think it's AD, it's Cooper DeJean. I have a hard time thinking that they would go with Johnny Newton. This could be a Nate Wiggins play as well. Kool-Aid McKinstry. Who the hell knows? But the trade here, so the Chiefs get 28, 133, and 248 for 32, 95, and 221. So a first, I think that's a 4th and a 7th for a 1st, a 3rd, and a 7th. I think that is 221. No, that might be a 6. I think 221 is a 6. So yeah, these last couple of picks, I have no clue. There's so many avenues that they can go. But yeah, I mean,
I just saw the pick.
The Super Bowl champs are on the clock. Why would you do that to yourself?
I keep messing up. I keep checking Viking Twitter and just scrolling through Viking Twitter.
Like I told Danny, once the pick is in, phone down.
My bad. But you're gonna find this pick interesting.
Well, I've already said a lot of names, and
I'm not going to confirm or deny if you said the name.
The only other one I haven't said is Xavier Worthy. That's the other wide receiver. I think both Texas wide receivers are on the board here. But yeah, I think any of the corners, Kool-Aid, Nate Wiggins, DeJean, the 2 Texas wide receivers, those would probably be my top picks. Or I think in the beginning I said Guyton as well. That would probably be the play because they're coming up ahead of Dallas. So that would be I could definitely see Guyton being the pick. Chiefs have a tackle need. Jawan Taylor, Mr. Penalty, and Donovan Smith was not good either at left. So they need to protect the franchise in Patrick Mahomes. So, yeah. Sua Mataia is a guy that I have also heard about. I think it was Peter Schrager. I want to say Peter Schrager because he always seems like he's the one that has the most out there takes, but then he's right. There was one notable mock draft that did have Sua Mataia going to the Chiefs at 32. So that would be something to see. Yeah, that graphic's rough. That's numbers not right. Every drop statistic that I've seen from Kansas City is 37, I think. Drops last year, 37, 38. So I don't think 25 is right. I mean, I don't work at ESPN, but just saying. Sources say 37.
Looks like it's kind of clearing out behind them.
That always happens.
Yeah.
Once the home team picks it, that's clear. Yeah.
Yeah, it's also Eastern Standard Time, so it's like 11:30 over there.
That happened in Philadelphia too. When I went in 2017, yeah. So all these NFC North teams, Jimmy, are hosting. When is Minneapolis getting the draft, bro?
I don't know.
Chicago hosted a couple years ago. We got Detroit this year. Green Bay next year. Like, what are the Vikings doing?
I think the only issue is it's so far up north, and they're maybe afraid it might be cold. I don't know.
It's gonna be cold in Green Bay. It's freaking cold in Milwaukee.
Maybe they'll see how cold it ends up being in Green Bay and then consider Minnesota. But here we go.
Well, we also thought it was going to be cold in East Rutherford when we won the Super Bowl there. That worked out well.
The NFL is proud to support the life-changing wishes that Make-A-Wish grants. One important wish was requested by a young man by the name of Justin Laverne, who was diagnosed with renal failure at age 15 and received a kidney transplant from his father just last year. Justin's love for football and the Chiefs got him through those treatments. Please welcome Justin to the stage, whose wish is to announce the first round draft pick for his beloved Kansas City Chiefs. I'd like all of you to join me in cheering on Justin as his wish comes true. The floor is yours, Justin.
The Buffalo Bills have traded the 28th pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. With the 28th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the back-to-back Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs select Xavier Worthy.
Yeah.
They want their speed guy. They got their speed guy.
Yeah. It is kind of weird though. I understand this is the long-term play. Short term though, Hollywood does the same thing. Hollywood's the exact same player that Xavier Worthy is. Xavier is faster, but
I'm genuinely super shocked. I think I would have taken this teammate over, Worthy at this point in the draft.
well, yeah. I mean, it's speed, man. It's speed.
Oh, Cowboys got their pick in right away.
Well, they're probably loving life that that Guyton's still on the board.
Mm-hmm. Guyton or DeJean.
I don't think it's DeJean. Let me see what I have for Dallas. Yeah, I don't have a secondary need for Dallas. But yeah, this should. Well, my needs are dependent on the Tyler Smith situation. I don't know. The draft is going to determine where Tyler Smith plays next year. Because I have a guard as my third need, and that would switch to tackle if they want to keep Tyler Smith at guard. But I do really like the comp for Fantasy Pros on Xavier Worthy. It's my guy, DJ, Deshaun Jackson. That makes a ton of sense. And it makes sense body composition-wise as well. Xavier Worthy is very slight. CBS Sports, this is incorrect, I believe. Most of their height and weights are right, but they have him at 6'1", 172. I'm pretty sure he's 165. But the build doesn't matter if they can't catch you, right? If they can't tackle you, then why does it matter if you're 165 pounds versus 180, 90, whatever? Yeah, but in terms of Dallas here, I think this is Tyler Guyton. Or your guy, JPJ.
Yeah. I think it's either those two or they go again. They would have to go crazy for Cooper. But again, Dallas has always been kind of the crazy team. Always taking that flash.
The next guys up at those positions as well, I would not rule out Zach Frazier at center. Kingsley Suamataia at tackle. Adonai Mitchell could be as well. Wide receiver is one of my needs for Dallas. CD's not signed yet, and they need help anyways behind CD. So
here we go.
Back-to-back Longhorns.
NFL Draft. The Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Guyton.
Yep.
What can I say?
Well, they didn't go sexy pick. I think they did the right pick.
What can I say? I know my division rivals. So, yeah, this solidifies the fact that Tyler Smith's going to stay at guard. They're going to put Guyton at left tackle, which he's going to have to learn because he played right at Oklahoma. But mountain of a man there at 6'7", 328. I don't even know this comp. Or at least this name doesn't ring a bell. Kwame Harris? Name does not sound familiar. So I have no comment on the on the Fantasy Pros comp for the first time tonight because I don't know who Kwame Harris is. So sorry, but yeah, Guyton, you can see the film here, playing right tackle. Like I said, he's going to have to transition to left, which you see the movement skill there. Powerful run blocker, which I think they're going to like in Dallas. And this is kind of the reset. We had those like early 2010s Cowboys drafts where they went O-line. They got Tyler Biadasz. They got Tyron Smith. They got Tyler Smith later on, a couple years down the road in the late 2010s. What's the guard's name in Dallas?
Shit, I forget.
I
Well, let me go up the depth chart.
can't remember his name either. Zach Martin. Zach Martin.
That's it. Yep.
But yeah, you can see Tyler Guyton there.
Resident Packer fan of the Pat McAfee show, not happy with their pick.
Coach McCarthy looks happy there as well. Ravens are in.
Nope. It's not a yacht, but that's a solid war room.
In terms of Baltimore, I think this is easy. It's Cooper DeJean.
That makes a ton of sense.
It's either him or it's
Mitchell?
Suamataia. Yeah, it could be AD as well. Nate Wiggins at corner is also the Ravens number one I have is corner.
Yeah.
So I think
if you're the Ravens, you take any of the four names we just mentioned, you can't lose on this pick.
Oh crap.
They're moving.
I thought we were going.
No, hold on.
I'm trying to catch up on all the tweets that I got.
Dude, the pick is in. Don't look at your phone.
Yeah, but Jimmy, mine doesn't tell me the picks. Usually, I should say. Or at least I don't look at my tweets close enough to actually see the pick if it does tell me the pick. 168 pounds, Peter Schrager said. Yeah, that's the difference. I think a lot of people were like, well, because when he ran the fastest time, people were like, oh, John Ross, like he's going to be a bust. I was like, dude, the biggest difference, and a lot of people said Henry Ruggs as well. I was like, dude, the biggest difference though, Xavier Worthy can run routes. Like he's not a straight line guy. He can run the whole route tree. And he was one of my favorite players last year in college football. I mean, I was on Texas from the start of the season, but I really enjoyed watching Xavier Worthy play. Gonna have to hate him now. I'm on the Chiefs.
That's fair.
And no one likes the Chiefs except for Chiefs fans. So, at least I think so, anyways.
All right, here we go.
I'm gonna go with DeJean.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Nate Wiggins.
Wow.
Clemson.
You're right on position, right? Wrong on player.
So, I think he still could go.
I think he could go to Buffalo.
San Francisco could. Buffalo could. Both have corner needs.
What if he goes to Carolina tomorrow?
That is
praying to God.
That's the prayer.
Dude, what if Carolina trades up for him right now? That'd be insane.
I don't think they would. They don't have the capital. Even though it wouldn't take much, it would probably take a 4 or 5.
Yeah, I would say you trade a first and a fourth for San Fran's pick and a 6th.
You mean a second? They're 33.
Yeah. That's what I meant. 33.
I mean, yeah, Carolina has a corner need with the Deontay Johnson trade for they left Dante Jackson gone. That's my third need for them though. Wide receiver and tight end are my second and first needs for them.
Or they could trade it. Could you imagine if they get Adonai though?
But yeah, this makes a ton of sense. Talking about the Nate Wiggins to Baltimore here. I like that. Corner was my number one need there. Just like we were talking Xavier Worthy, though, a lot of people didn't like Wiggins because of his slight frame. He's only 173 pounds. However, the speed element is what I really liked with Wiggins. 4.33 40 at the combine. Can play the type of physical man-to-man that Baltimore likes to play. And yeah, I think it's a really solid pick for Baltimore there and Coach Harbaugh. So yeah, we have a ton of dude. There is, I mean, it always seems like this happens, right? There's just these guys. We're like, bro, how have these guys not gone yet? We have 2 picks left, and we got DeJean, we got Mitchell, we got McKinstry is kind of an iffy one. I forgot to highlight Darius Robinson here. My bad. JPJ is a guy for San Fran, potentially. And then, you get into other guys that are really guys that are fringe. But with 2 picks left, I think the top 2 guys are going to go. I do think really San Francisco is going to take Cooper DeJean and Buffalo is going to be Adonai Mitchell. That would be my guess anyways. Because San Francisco interior O-line is my number 1, but corner is my number 2. Diamador Lenore and someone else is a free agent. I don't think Travarius Ward is.
They're still taking their time with this pick.
I mean, they're probably fielding calls. I wouldn't be surprised. John Lynch likes to trade.
Again, I wouldn't be surprised if it was Carolina.
And like I said before, to get that 5th-year option on a player is big. In terms of Buffalo, wide receiver ×2 is my number 1 need for them. But then after that is corner. So again, I wouldn't be surprised if San Fran doesn't take DeJean, it's Buffalo. Because the only other wide receiver that is even close to the first round is Ladd, which we've mocked Ladd in the first round.
We've had him at 32.
Yeah. So San Fran's in.
Mm-hmm. Twitter's off.
my pick is DeJean to San Francisco right now.
Yeah. My pick would be JPJ.
Yeah, I just think in terms of San Francisco, I think they see the centers in the second round here. They're a team that potentially, I think, I don't know if they'd want to go up that high because like the centers, if JPJ and Zach Fraser are there in the second round, I think both go pretty high.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how high San Fran's willing to trade up because I think they would have to for either of those guys. And those are really the only 2 guys I have as definitely second round, possibly even all of day 2.
Or they could go Sed Van Pran, the 3rd, if he's available.
Yeah, Sed Van Pran's an iffy guy.
Yeah.
He's possibly a 3rd. I like Sed more on day 3. I mean, CBS Sports has him at 83.
I think with Sed Van Pran, especially with the 49ers, you don't have to start him day 1, so you can help develop him.
Yeah, they lost a lot.
Yeah.
Johnny Newton as well.
Oh, Johnny Newton would make a ton of sense here. Gosh, we haven't said Johnny Newton's name, I feel like, in like 10 picks.
I know, and I crossed him off on one of my sheets already.
All right, here's the pick.
We're expecting a lot more wide receivers to come off the board than we've seen so far. A.D. Mitchell,
Roger Rosengarten, what if it is?
That'd be insane. Dude, I'm not even kidding. The Carolina Panthers are going to get a first-round talent with both of their second-round picks. That's actually going to be insane with how this draft is going.
You love to see it.
Because with this pick, with 33, they're going to have a guaranteed chance at either Adonai Mitchell, Johnny Newton, or
I'm okay with going Ladd at 33.
With the 31st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Ricky Pearsall.
Wow.
Florida.
What's wrong with Adonai Mitchell?
Brandon Ayuk. Bye.
What's wrong with Adonai Mitchell?
He's a different type of player.
I guess.
A.D. Mitchell's an outside 6'4" guy. Ricky Pearsall is 5'11", slot receiver. And like I said, bye, Brandon Ayuk.
Dude, if you're the Panthers, you're thinking, I have a guaranteed chance at either Johnny Newton, Adonai Mitchell, or
they don't need interior D-line.
I mean, sure.
I know the value is there. The value.
That would be that could be a value pick for your second round pick.
Yeah, I think. Well, I mean, we'll talk more once we see who Buffalo takes. But I think in terms of Carolina, yeah, they're set right now. Very interesting. The disparity on the rankings here for CBS Sports and Fantasy Pros in terms of Ricky Pearsall. CBS Sports had him at like 80 something. Fantasy Pros had him in the first round. They had him at 32. Oh, who is coming up? Who's coming up? The Panthers! The Panthers are trading up! Let's get it.
Are they moving up one pick?
Yes, sir, we are. And it takes a 5th round pick.
So I'm guessing that means a team like who is there at 30?
Option. That's what he was.
So they want a 5th year. Do you think it
is 32 and 200 for 33 and 141?
That's really not bad.
Love it. Well, now I was waiting to talk Panthers, but all right, let's talk Panthers. I think it's Adonai Mitchell all day, every day for Bryce Young. I think this is easy pick. I wouldn't be surprised if Cooper DeJean. Would not be surprised. They have a big corner need as well with Dante Jackson gone. You never know. JPJ's in play as well. They have a center need.
I really don't think you could go wrong here.
No, there's a bevy of players that the Panthers could pick, and I would be happy with just about everyone except for Johnny Newton. That's the only position that I cannot see them taking. Like I said, tight end, wide receiver, corner, center, and then linebacker depth is what I have the Panthers in. And by the way, I forgot to say, Nate Wiggins, comp, Dominique Rodgers-Cromartie, that makes perfect sense. DRC was also a kind of slighter frame. Ricky Pearsall, your guy, Adam Thielen.
That's a great pick if that's the case.
Panthers know
all about. I gotta know so Buffalo traded back twice. So, God, what did they end up with both trades combined?
Well, they didn't add any picks. I think both trades were even numbers.
Mm-hmm.
There's this one here. 6th for a 5th. 200 for 141. And the Chiefs trade was a 3 for 3, I believe. I mean, I have it, but wait, the pick is in, so the phones are down.
Yes, sir.
Who is? Oh, I got a text.
Shout out to the Panthers fans that showed up to the first round without them even having a first round pick.
You got to have all 32 there. You never know.
You never know. But that's really funny.
Browns are definitely there. The Browns fans are there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a short trip from Detroit. I mean, to Detroit from Cleveland.
I see a Intercontinental Fan of the Year jersey there. It's one of my favorite players of all time. Louis Riddick. I finally remembered his name. 31 picks later.
Took your time with that.
31 picks later. Alec didn't help me out. I asked Alec, and he's like, I don't know. No, I'm a big fan. I really like Louis Riddick. He knows what he's doing, man. Being a former front office guy, just like Daniel Jeremiah, really, really enjoy listening to both of those guys in the pre-draft process. So we're getting the stage here. Roger, I don't know what he's doing. He's waiting. Sir, I do not think we are picking you, sir. Unfortunately, you look like a good
player. I have not seen his scouting report, so I'm going to have to pass.
He looked like Josh McCown light. Here we go. The final pick, first round here. My Carolina Panthers, baby. All three of my teams drafting tonight. Let's go.
The Buffalo Bills have traded the 32nd pick to the Carolina Panthers. With the 32nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Xavier Leggett, wide receiver.
Wow. Xavier Leggett.
Wow.
So
we didn't mention him.
Yeah. I knew he was an option, and it's a big thing being a South Carolina guy, bringing the keeping the talent in the Carolinas. He's a guy that's 6'1", about 190, I believe. And I'm not mad about it. Like, I would have loved A.D. Mitchell. Xavier Leggett's a guy. Yeah, well, actually, they have him at 6'3", 227 here. So, yeah, he is a bigger dude. I thought he was smaller at 6'1". Regardless, I like it. You had to get Bryce something. And Leggett was a guy that was always going to be in play at 33.
Mm-hmm.
And to move one spot up, I mean, you can see him there. Like he has the jump ball ability. What did they have as his comp here? David Boston. I don't remember too much. I know the name. I don't remember too much about.
That's David. A little bit before both our time, but he was very solid.
Yeah, I that's another one that I'm like, I know that one, at least I know the name. Call me Harris. I still don't know who the hell that is.
I'm gonna give Leggett a comparison. It's not completely accurate because the player I'm comparing him to is a Hall of Famer, but just play style, I'd give him like Calvin Johnson comparisons, just in terms of just like who he is, build wise, like what he does on the field wise. Obviously, he's not Megatron, but like he's built to kind of play like him.
I liked another former South Carolina wide receiver.
Maybe.
And that's Alshon Jeffrey.
Mm.
Now Alshon wasn't near as fast, but I think Leggett ran a 4.5. Could be wrong. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but yeah, I'm okay with it. Again, would have loved A.D. Mitchell, but the Bills are set up. And the Bills, to be honest, I think they could trade again, realistically. That 33rd pick, teams covet that so badly, especially with who's on the board.
Mm-hmm.
I would not be shocked. Just like we saw last year, Joey Porter Jr. went 33rd. Cooper DeJean, I think, is the 33rd overall pick. Whether that's to Buffalo or someone else, I think he's just too good of a player And I don't really know why he dropped. I don't know if teams aren't comfortable with his leg. I don't know if it's because he's too versatile and they don't know where they're going to play him. I don't know what it is. But again, I thought Cooper DeJean coming into the draft was the best defensive back in the entire draft. So that's who I'm going with 33rd overall. Whoever wants to pick that spot. But we are not past 4. They sped it up at the end because we're still under 4 hours by a couple minutes. Well, we'll take this last couple minutes to just kind of wrap up, man. Who did you think had the best night, or who was your favorite pick? I guess
It'd be unfair for me to pick my own team, so I won't. It's obviously unfair, so I won't. I think the Bears did super well. A lot of people had Williams with a Dunze, and they got Williams and a Dunze. That's huge for value. I think your Eagles did super well getting Quinion Mitchell.
yeah.
I think that was just a huge home run at where they were picking. I'm trying to think of other winners. I think the Colts getting Latu is super high risk, high reward. But if that works out, I think that will end up being such a great pick if he ends up being the guy he can be. So I would say those teams, I really like what they did in this draft. Yeah, I mean, we could talk about picks I didn't like if you wanted to.
Well, let me go with mine before we get to the negatives here. I really enjoyed the Jets. Joe Douglas made the smart pick in Olu Fashanu, which I have said all along, like that is where I would go. The tackle, you have to secure the future. You have to protect Aaron Rodgers. There's not a high probability that Tyron Smith's going to play all 17. Morgan Moses has injuries as well. Of course, I love my Bo Nix pick to the Broncos. I thought that was absolutely perfect. Yeah, my Eagles loved that. Other than that, the Brian Thomas to Jacksonville I thought was pretty solid. And then hate to say it, but you said you're one of your division rivals, the Dallas Cowboys. I thought Tyler Guyton was an excellent selection by Jerry Jones there at 29 with the trade back.
Want to talk about shocks and ones we didn't like?
Yeah. Oh, by the way, before you do that, which I saw a couple people tweeted, we blew by the record this year. 23 offensive players in the first round.
If you're a defensive team in the first round, you cooked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But yeah, go there with your dislikes.
Well, an obvious dislike is taking Michael Penix Jr. at 8. I didn't really get it.
I liked it.
I think just getting a guy who's going to be 27, 28 by the time Kirk Cousins stops getting paid, I didn't love it. I just think, especially knowing the fact that you didn't tell Kirk Cousins of your plans beforehand, I think that really hurts. So I think that's just such a head scratcher. If you explained to Kirk that this was going to be the pick going in, maybe it's less weird, but I just don't like it. Another pick I didn't like, I did not like Brock Bowers at 13. I think you and I, as much as I do like the 2 tight end set, I thought it would be super cool in Chicago. I just don't think it would work in Las Vegas. I don't love that pick. And I think a final pick, I didn't love it. I still kind of don't. I don't like Chop Robinson at 21. Especially with the needs of the Dolphins. They could have gotten a guy, like Graham Barton. You could have gotten a guy like, heck, Johnny Newton. I think getting an edge there at 21 I don't love it. I think that was a weird pick by Miami. I think they could have answered a better need at that pick, and I don't think it really was the right pick at the time.
Yeah, I agree with pretty much all. The Brock Bowers. You know what's interesting? If you go to our lads on Las Vegas's depth chart now, it says left tight end and right tight end. So I mean, AP's all in on this 12 personnel every single play thing. What's the former Chicago offensive coordinator that's in Vegas now?
Oh, the guy they all hated.
Yeah.
Luke Getsy.
Yeah, Luke Getsy running the offense out there. We'll see how that works. I'm very interested, though, to see if they just don't even put Brock in line. Because the thing is, like, he and Mayer can both do the same thing. Like, both of them can block. And Brock is obviously the much better pass catcher, much better after the catch. But, yeah, that one's going to be weird. I mean, if they draft the running back, whatever, they're going to run the offense through the running game. They don't have a quarterback of the future anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Gardner's going to be the starter. You would think, unless Aiden beats him out. I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, didn't like that one. I kind of talked about this a little bit. Jared Verse to LA. I wasn't a big fan, just scheme fit wise. I thought Jared Verse was going to be much better as a 4-3 defensive end. And now they're going to ask him to stand up in LA as an outside linebacker. Unless they bulk him up a little bit and kick him inside to a defensive end and play him with Kobe Turner. That one, yeah, just schematically, I wasn't a big fan of. And then, yeah, like you said, Chop Robinson, I get it. And it was a shorter-ish term need because of we don't know when Phillips and Chubb are going to be back in the early goings of the season coming off their injuries. So, but otherwise, I think most of the teams did pretty well. The Cardinals as well. The Cardinals, Darius Robinson, I wasn't a big fan of.
Oh, yeah, that was another one that was a little weird.
I thought they should have went to Gene. They had a big corner need, which they're going to have to fill in the second round, which there's still a bunch of corners available. Gene, I'm a big fan of both the Missouri guys, Abrams, Drain, and Rakestraw. McKinstry is still available as well. So there's a bunch. If you need corner in the second, you're in good shape so far. Which I think my Panthers are looking at corner probably at 39, hopefully.
Yeah, because you still have, if not Cooper DeJean, you have Kool-Aid McKinstry out there. I mean, Ernest Rakestraw would be really good.
3 guys, yeah.
Yeah. I think we should, speaking of guys that are undrafted, I think we should definitely talk about current guys out there that just haven't been drafted that we think their stock has gone up or down. I think a guy whose stock has immediately shot up with how many wide receivers were taken up in the first round. I think Malachi Corley, his stock just shot up because of how many wide receivers are taken in the first. I think a lot of teams are going to go, oh, man, Pearsall's gone, Leggett's gone. Who knows how far McConkey or Adonai Mitchell are going to go. I think this, Corley guy could be taken mid-second.
I tend to agree. It's interesting to see how they rank the rest of the wide receivers that are available. Adonai Mitchell, Ladd McConkey. You mentioned Corley, but Troy Franklin is also up there. Keon Coleman's a guy I absolutely love for his size. You got Jalen Polk as well. Jalen McMillan, the other Washington guy. I think you correctly said it. Like wider, there's going to be a receiver run, I think, in the early second because you have a lot of teams that need. The Patriots definitely are a wide receiver team. The Chargers, Commanders could be as well. The Titans are a sneaky wide receiver one. And that's really the end of the wide receivers in the top, along with obviously Buffalo. The Commanders have 2 of the top 8 picks in the second. So,
yeah, and I think another position we should talk about, because there wasn't a guy at this position drafted in the first round, we got to look at linebackers. You know,
who is your first?
What?
Who was your first guy?
My first guy?
Yeah.
What do you mean, my first guy? I'm confused.
Linebacker, your first linebacker.
Oh, Peyton Wilson.
Oh, yeah, that's mine too.
Yeah, I like Peyton Wilson, but you also got Colson, Trotter, Cooper. I mean, these guys, you know, they could be looking to jump up a little bit because no linebackers are taken in the first.
Yeah, I know a lot of people like Cooper. A lot of people are thrown off with Peyton Wilson's injury history. But from what I watched at NC State, dude, Peyton Wilson's a sideline linebacker. He can do everything. So if his medicals are good, I absolutely love him. And that's an Eagles target in the second. At 50 and 53, that's I think good territory for a linebacker. I think the Eagles are going to draft one, whoever it is, at one of those 2 picks. And even though I love Peyton Wilson, I just love the story too much of Jeremiah Trotter Jr. coming home to his dad's team.
Yeah. And then who else? I mean, we got a ton of guys that we honestly thought was going
to. None of the safeties have went yet. We've already talked about Cooper DeJean, but it depends on what you classify him as. I think Tyler Nubin's going to go pretty high. The Packers are definitely the team there for Nubin. He's been linked to them a lot.
Yeah, and then what was his name? The safety out of Washington State, Jaden Hicks.
I don't know a lot about Jaden Hicks. I'm a big Cole Bishop guy, but he's more of a 3rd rounder. Trey Taylor.
Yeah, we also got Bullard out of Georgia.
Yep. Yeah, he. I don't really classify him as a safety. I know he's listed as a safety. I like Bullard as a nickel. So him and Sanderstill, I think, are the top 2 nickels. And then the only other position we haven't talked about is tight end. I think the only guy in the second round is going to be JT Sanders, which Carolina at 39 is a potential spot. I know we drafted him there in our 3-round mock on last mock draft Monday. So I think that could potentially be a spot, but I think he is the only second-round tight end, probably.
Yeah, probably. And then another position that could be interesting in his second round, maybe running backs, maybe some teams.
Running back we even talked.
Yeah, we could see maybe Jonathan Brooks, Jalen Wright, maybe see a couple of those guys get a couple spots. Maybe I don't see early second round, but I could see late second round for a couple of those.
It starts with Dallas. It starts with Dallas at 56.
Yeah.
That's where the running backs are supposed to start anyways. We forgot to talk about DeAndre Swift in Chicago, but no, I think Dallas, it's Jonathan Brooks. I have said Jonathan Brooks, I think, is by far the number 1 back. 1,100 yards in 10 games last season before his torn ACL. He was absolutely eating. So as much as I hate it, but it's the perfect fit, Jonathan Brooks to Dallas.
You want to hear a delusional tweet that I just saw that is making me delusional? You know who the last QB taken at number 10 is?
It was Josh Allen.
Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, that was the first one in my mind.
I'm getting delusional, man. I'm getting delusional.
No, JJ does not.
JJ is not a Patrick Mahomes guy, but hey, I could be delusional.
But yeah, had a lot of fun, man.
This is awesome.
I appreciate you staying on the whole time. I appreciate all the guests we had. Alec, John, Danny. I wish we could have brought some other people on. I had planned for some other people, or people had texted me or responded saying, yeah, like they were going to come on, but it's all good. We made the most of it, right? And
Yes, we did.
we will not be streaming the rest of the draft, but we got 6 more rounds to go. This is Christmas in April every year. I absolutely love it. As now we both want to get into this world of talent evaluation and scouting and whatnot. But yeah, I appreciate you. A good time for 32 picks, 4 hours.
It was fun.
Yeah, so appreciate everyone watching. We're up to 20 viewers now, which is awesome. Screw whoever reported us on Instagram and Facebook. But don't forget to follow us on all our social media at FAA Podcast on Instagram and X, FAA_bets as well. Maybe I should have posted my Michael Penix top 10. I could have helped other people cash. But FAA Podcast is our .com is our website. You can check us out here on YouTube, Facebook, Spotify, X, and Instagram, as well as Spotify, Apple Podcasts, iHeartRadio, etc. TikTok as well. I know I posted for the first time in a long time yesterday with our mock draft. But yeah, we will see y'all back tomorrow, actually, when we have our normal show. We'll be breaking this down even more than what we already did, talking about the early second round coming up, and we'll be talking more about how we feel about this first round tonight. All right, we'll see y'all back in about I don't know what it is, 20 hours or I don't know. Can't do the calculation right now.